What is going on, everyone? How you all doing tonight? What's up, Hawketh? Good to see you made it. Whew. I'll tell you what, today was a long one. I gotta say, it is upsettingly hot at my store and very muggy. So I'm definitely a little bit out of my mind right now with that. Yeah, so tonight's just kind of gonna be like a looser hangout. There's some questions in the advice corner that I'm gonna answer. Yeah, loosey goosey. Goosey Lucy. Yeah. Funny enough, as I'm talking, I know that I've brought this up once before. I'm looking through a lot of my old stuff in my Google Docs that was like my old D&D things, like all my old sessions and stuff, and it's just it's really interesting. I haven't looked into all of them yet, but I'm like bringing them up, and like things that are standing out to me, like different names. I don't know what that one was. Yeah, kind of back on memory lane. Like there's some, like I basically just got to the very end of it all, and there's a lot of stuff that I've clicked through. And I kind of want to I really kind of want to see what a lot of these are. So figure we can do that for a bit. So I know that at one time I talked about it, but the whole whatchamacallit, God, what the hell did I just do? I know I was doing DM Academy questions for a while, but it's probably not gonna be a thing that I can really do. Wait, is my V button not working? Why is it not letting me copy and paste? Okay, that's weird. So initially my idea for this stream, after I kind of abandoned the whole concept of Calendir's dungeon and the mega dungeon, I was gonna do advice stuff, which I enjoy doing a lot, but the thing is I was going to use the DM Academy to filter a lot of that information, because there's a lot of really good questions on the DM Academy. Unfortunately, with the whole thing of unfortunately with the whole thing of Reddit going dark for a while, and a lot of the servers going private, the first time the D&D Academy one was one of the ones that went dark, and it's still not fully back up yet. And the first time DM and other short questions mega thread hasn't been updated in almost 2 weeks now. So I will still be out there looking for questions, because I do like answering questions and kind of giving my opinions on stuff. But until that, I still will be answering questions from the Discord. So if you guys ever have questions, if you ever have ideas for topics, drop them over in the D&D&Chill in the Discord. Or if you have a question, definitely ask it in the DM advice corner, because I 100% check that. Just might not always get to those questions, but do know that I do read every single one and answer it in my own head. I also have some potatoes and seafood soup, so I will be eating. So that's a thing. All right. So, let me see here. I know. Well, I gotta bring this up. Ooh, okay. There we go. There we go. A little bit bigger. So I know that I asked this question. I answered this question already. Which was about the notion of having in-depth NPC conversations that don't happen in front of the players. Like, how do you really build those up? And honestly, it's the simple answer is develop your NPCs with personality and their own not development, with their own personality and ideals. Give them depth beyond a stat block, and just really get into their head about how they would act and react. That's simply it. Like, as a DM, you are still I'm gonna open this up. Anyone with a link can see this. I'm gonna put this over in the Discord. Just ignore all these random questions. I did find these random questions, but I never answered those. I'm gonna put this over in the advice corner. I'm gonna pin that, so this way if you guys ever want to go back and see some of the answers that I've given, feel free. But yeah, develop your NPCs with personality and give them their own ideals and goals. Give them depth beyond a stat block, and just really get into their heads. As a DM, you have to role play your characters, you have to role play your NPCs, and so whether you're doing that in front of a player or you're doing that just with yourself, that's one of those things where you can take time and really think about it, because a lot of times when you are DMing and you're in front of your players and you're playing up your role, you're having to really do stuff quicker, and you always kind of have that like cutting thought in the back of your head of, what if I had more time to think about it? And in this case, you kind of do. You have time to look into stuff and you have time to contemplate things. But if you don't, even still, just try and get into the mind of those players. I think I know I answered all these. Let me just actually write down the answers. How do you handle high passive scores? Don't punish. Ugh. Oh my god. Your players for building the characters they want to play. Offer different kinds of challenges that aren't simply reliant on one skill check. A high passive perception might allow a PC to see the trapdoor, but that doesn't mean that they can see the solution to jamming it or disarming it. Okay, there we go. Metagaming. Do you have methods to you use to combat? Yeah, so don't toss a tick on them when they run away from a big fucking centipede. That's it. You know, you got a character with a high armor class and the ability to run away from enemies. Just throw a tick on them. Do you have ways to combat? Still a little peeved over that. Well, that's D&D for you. Unfortunately, you did join a campaign like very much into the later stages of it, where that was your, you know, other than the one or two times that we've played years ago, that was definitely a welcome back situation. Do I have methods to use to combat against players metagaming? Is there such thing? If it is metagaming for the sake of the player trying to ascertain information that their character wouldn't normally know or shouldn't know, don't let them roll for the information. What the fuck was that? Don't let them roll for the information, and if they try and utilize out-of-game knowledge, simply remind them that their player doesn't know that and can't act upon it. Yeah, just be straight up with them. So, if metagaming for the sake of making things move along faster, easier, or smoother for the whole party, such as figuring out a monster's AC, gleaning from in-game context that a creature is resistant, immune, or vulnerable to some damage, then let it happen as long as it makes sense in game. There you go. This is the main thing. That it makes sense in game. That's always it. If you can argue that your player would know it or could possibly know it, and as a DM, you need to be able to, you know, say no to those history rolls, those survival rolls. Okay, if it's something that absolutely they will not get, okay, if you're introducing a star spawn, no one is gonna know what that is unless you have like a star druid, or you have a wizard that spent time studying the deep. Okay, they're not gonna know what a star spawn is, but a hunter will probably know could probably know a troll's weakness, set the DC for those checks appropriately. Okay, a bard who spent his entire life in a noble's castle playing music for them, and this is their first time out adventuring because they got fired and they have to make money somehow, so they joined an adventuring party to tell their tales and to eventually hope to come into service of a new noble. They will not know, like, they probably won't know that a troll needs to be killed with fire or acid. But a monster hunter who is out, hunting down some grand beast, who spent a few years out in the wild, in the hills and in the mountains, might have, or in the swamps, very well have possibly come across a troll. So when you have that situation of, oh, here's a troll, here's here's this creature, and people want to roll to see if they know about it. Okay, the DC for the bard might be something like 18, 19, 20. Okay, but the DC for the hunter might be 15. Okay, dynamic DCs that affect the players, or not even necessarily saying that it's, for example, like, you could say, like, well, everyone has their own DC. Just because you rolled, you rolled a 12 and he rolled an 18. Okay, if the hunter in that situation rolled a 12 and the bard rolled a 17, that doesn't necessarily mean that the bard absolutely knows more about it, because their DC might have been higher. Because what you can do is you can say, okay, the DC is 18, but I'm going to give the hunter, a bonus to this. Okay, and or you set the DC to 15 and you say, I'm going to give the hunter a bonus to this because he is a hunter and he spent time in the wilderness and in the swamps, especially where trolls are fairly common. But for the bard, I'm actually going to give you a slight penalty because in your backstory, you talked about how you very rarely ever went outside the castle keeps and you only ever heard stuff. I'm not sure that your character would have ever heard these specifics. Okay, but if they roll a nat 20, or if they have a +5 to, or if they have a +2 to their survival, or +3, and they roll a 19, yeah, okay, cool, you heard about it, but the hunter would get more. So make it make sense in game. All right, is this where, I think this is where we came up. Oh, there was another question above that. Yeah, there was another question above that. Here we go. Me. I don't think I ever answered this one. All right, breaking the fourth wall where players say in character something suggesting they know it's a game. Wait. This yeah, I'm not, I mean, this is hyper situational. Yeah. Yeah, don't do this unless you are willing to break immersion and the game's the game's psyche is worth it. If it's a very loose, fun, you know, chill kind of campaign where breaking the fourth wall and, like, you know, the concept of your players knowing that they're in a game, unless you're willing to deal with the ramifications of that, just don't do it. I joked that I would do it, but I think in a lot of cases, I think it breaks too much immersion. I think it's funny, you know, when you say, like, roll perception and you have disadvantage and you roll 2 nat 20s and your character peers beyond the veil and they can see people sitting around a table, you know, and, like, they're just, everyone in their party is just little paper cutouts or, like, little plastic figures or, you know, drawings on some kind of, you know, weird lighted mirror, or something like that. Then, you know, then you have to deal with the ramifications of that. You have to be able to, you know, explain that away, because at that point, that character has that knowledge. You have made that canon, and I personally just wouldn't do it. It's always funny to joke about, but I probably wouldn't. I didn't see what Glenn's last comment was. No, I got Johnny Silverpool in your head. That's fucking right, man. It's all right. You got a tadpole, bro. You gotta deal with that. Whew. Good dinner. Buttered potatoes. All right. So the next question, I'm gonna move this over here, and we're gonna open up 5e tools over here. Can a thrycreen, like finding the boat, or like when I sometimes say something like, oh, this is coincident, like it was planned this way, when you as a DM have given more than one PC a reason to go towards the same quest, like finding the boat? Yeah, I mean, you can make those comments, and that's what I mean. Like I'm fine with comments like that. I don't see that as, I don't necessarily see that as game breaking, or I mean, not even game breaking, fourth wall breaking or anything like that. Because granted, you're saying it, you know, cheekily, you're saying it with the, you know, with the knowledge that you are playing a game, but, you know, your character could even be saying it in the game, and you could even still then tie it into some in-game thing. Okay, like if Iluna were to say it, okay, like if in game you were to say like this is a coincidence, you know, it's like this was planned for us to find this boat. Why? You know, that we met Tarbin Tool a few days ago, and we suddenly needed a boat to go across the sea to resurrect Maggie. And out of the blue, when we return back to the wayside, Tarbin is missing, and he's being held on a boat as if some Deus Ex Machina, some divine intervention, has placed it in our path. And your character could look at that and say, I feel like there's an outside source guiding us. I think there is something that has brought us this way. And your character might not have an idea about what that could be. Like, they could say, this seems too easy. It seems like this was put in front of you. And your character might fixate on that, and you can play it up if you want, you know, like there is some divine intervention. You could have like a cleric kind of character just saying like, well, obviously it's like, you know, if you're playing a cleric of Lathander, or if you're playing a cleric of Saloon, okay, you could say, well, obviously Saloon clearly wants us to resurrect Maggie, so she knew, because she is the goddess of the moon, she knew what was going to happen in the night. You know, Tarbin Tool was going to be wiled away with some women, you know, or, you know, these cultists potentially disguised as women, or and then whisked away to the ship for us to find this boat, and for us to put an end to their potential planning of attacks. You know, and clearly it was put there for us. When I do say that stuff, it is half in character, half out. Well, and that's it, you know, like, obviously, as a player in a game, you know that I, as the DM, am going to offer, or at least, not necessarily that I'm going to offer solutions, but that I am going to put potential solutions in the way, okay? Did I know that you guys were going to go try and rescue Tarbin? No, I did not. Did I think you might? Sure, because you guys are playing fairly virtuous, righteous, good-hearted people. But I didn't know definitively that you guys would. There was nothing within me that was locked into that, to the way that you guys did that. So you could have gone from Phandalin, gone to the wayside, rested there, heard from Thensau and Numid Kolo that Tarbin went missing, that Albina send message, or, you know, cast sending, hears him talking about him being on a ship near a tower of storms, you guys being like, okay, so there's he's obviously somewhere by the lighthouse, but we need to get these people down to Lylon as soon as possible. We can't screw around with this. So, you know, we'll tell Numid Kolo and we'll tell Thensau in the morning that once we get these people down there, we will head up to shore to check on him and see if we can find him. But right now, our goals are with these people, okay? And you guys could have gotten down there, dealt with what you have to dealt with down there, and then gone back up to shore, and then come across the cult. So that would have been, you know, an option, except our reputation got soured. That actually played well, and again, but that's your choice. I simply placed before you an opportunity for adventure, but it was your choice to go after it. Yes, your reputation got soured, and did it play well into, you know, helping show that you are trying to do good by the people around you, that you, what's up, AZ, that you went to go and actually help somebody? But that's the thing. It's, you know, it's entirely up to you guys to make those choices. Because again, for all I know, when I made that encounter, whenever I was setting it up and I was putting the pieces that I needed to in place, for all I knew, you guys could have, hey, don't even give me that kelp thing. Your name is AZZY, and there's any number of ways to say that, and I'm just going to say one of the ways. And even though you try and like phonetically spell it, it's always like AZ or Aussie, because it's AH. That could be ah or ah. There's not one way, because you always say You always say that it's that. That's A-Z. That to me is A-Z. Or it would be ah. Like ah-Z. Everyone, you know what, man? This is very much like what was talked about last night. You know, things make sense in your own head, but then you're gonna have somebody else coming along and you know. So it's Z. It's not a Z or Aussie, it's a. So it's a. Because again, you're reliant on how you pronounce AH. That's the bottom line. You're relying on how you pronounce AH. It is an accent thing, I know. But again, it's reliant on how you pronounce AH. And when I see AZZY, and you have said that it's based on Azrael, that to me would go Azzy. So it's Azzy. Because to me, that would be, because that's how I would do it phonetically. It would be Azzy. Because I don't pronounce AH as like you know, as Azrael. That's ah. That's Ozzy. And there's 2 Z's in my name. Dude, just say Z. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, no, Stacy has it right. Yeah, as Z. All right, we got that resolved. But the point I'm making is that it's fine if your character wants to reference out of. It's fine if you want to have your character postulate that there are outside sources deciding and dictating what is going on. Okay, it's just making sure that you don't like throw yourself into that, because if you do, you are throwing yourself into the prospect that the people around you are gonna think that you are lunatics. Okay, if your character is like, there are things guiding me, and I saw this big board where everyone was notes, and it's like, okay, you're a lunatic, because you have to think about how would it play out in real life if somebody said that. Okay, but that's even like, you know, you also have people with like solipsism. Okay, where people are like, well, how do you know you're not a brain in a vat? How do you know you're not just a character on a sheet? How do you know this stuff? You don't. So I think it's fine. I think it's fine when your character, like when you say that stuff and it's in game and out of game. Because as long as you're not trying to act on something that's out of game knowledge, that's like definitively out of game knowledge, then it's fine. Don't ask the cat's name. Another tangle of accents. Marble, actually. Is that your cat's name, Marble? Damn. Those are good potatoes. Thought you said Marvel. Ow. Yeah, that's fine. I have a good friend. I have a good friend whose name is Staffy, spelled Stathi. Staffy. And for his gamer tag was like Apollo something. And I remember when I first started talking to him in like Xbox chats and stuff, I legit thought my friends were calling him Stumpy because he was like missing an arm or like missing a leg or something like that. And so for the longest time I called him Stumpy. And then one day my friends were like, "Are you calling him Stumpy?" And I was like, "Yeah, isn't that his name?" And they're like, "No, it's Staffy." And I was like, "Oh, well, that's my bad, because that's not like that's not a common name." You get a visit from a guy named Mr. Adderson. Oh, Agent Smith. Oh man. All right, so back to the questions after I take a bite of my my seafood soup. That's so good. I love seafood chowder. I did used to have a cat named Afy. It's Afy. I know that one. Or it's Aoife. I'm sorry, it's not. It's yeah. It's Aoife. Yeah. Cause yeah, it's Aoife because because the way that it's spelled is the Irish version of the word Eva. So, because I work with a woman named Eva, and one of my best friends, who she shares a birthday with me, my friend Holly, we played in a text-based RPG where she played a character named Aoife. She was like an Irish brawler kind of character. But I remember that's how I learned to pronounce it. But yeah, I actually work with Glenn and I both work with a woman named Eva, and that was another connection that I drew with it. Now the one Irish name that I think is ridiculous is Saoirse, because I just don't see it. That's one of the ones that gets me. All right. Anyway, enough of these naming tangents. I can get back to questions and advice. So, can a Thri-kreen fighter using only crossbows get 4 attacks in a round, since you can make main hand attack and get an offhand attack, but they have 3 offhands? So the bottom line to this is no. That's the short answer. So I pulled up the stats for the Thri-kreen, and right here, secondary arms. You have 2 slightly smaller secondary arms below your primary pair of arms. The secondary arms can manipulate an object, open or close a door or container, pick up or set down a tiny object, or wield a weapon that has the light property. So let's look up the rules on weapons. Okay, so what is the light property? A light weapon is a small and easy to handle. A light weapon is small and easy to handle, making it ideal for use when fighting with two weapons. See the rules for two weapon fighting in chapter 9. Okay, now this is brought up because, for one, a hand crossbow is light, so it can be, you can have a player that is out there rocking two guns, okay, or two light crossbows. So we're gonna look up two weapon fighting. Would a Thri-kreen monk be able to do a flurry of blows like 4 times? We'll get to that. So let me pull up the class here, and I'll show you why that answer is also no. Good night. So two weapon fighting is what this is in reference to, okay? Because again, we're looking at hand crossbows, which have the light property, and the light property just allows you to do two weapon fighting. So two weapon fighting is when you take the attack action and attack with a light melee weapon that you are holding in one hand. You can use a bonus action to attack with a different light melee weapon that you are holding in the other hand. Okay, now what we would have to do here is you would have to grab crossbow expert. Okay, so that is actually where this is coming into play, because when you use the attack action and attack with a one-handed weapon, you can use a bonus action to attack with a hand crossbow that you are holding. Okay, so again, this is a bonus action here, and this is also a bonus action over here. You only get one bonus action the entire time on your turn. So that means that even God damn it. Where's OBS? I gotta fix that. My dog regularly bumps into this one power strip that I have, and he turns off all of my monitors. Like, I don't know how he does it. Like, it's plugged in. He's not hitting a switch, but he somehow unplugs the power strip that that all my monitors are hooked up to. Little dog. My lovely little dog. Solution yeet. Nope, this is yeah. Yep. I know I disappeared because everything went haywire. And no yeet. My dog is my baby. He is my boy. He is my one true love. Oh, hi. You're not on camera. Hold on. Yeah. I do this. Can you see? Oh yeah, you can see him. Hey, hi. Oh, you can see my dinner and everything around me. There he is. There he is. He's the greatest little dog in the world. He's my beau and I love him so. Yeah, he's great. He's a great little pug. Huh. A great little pug. Great little pug. You great little pug? You're a pretty great little pug. Yeah, pretty great little pug. He looks like a big raccoon. Hold on. What's up? Come on. hi. Yeah, little bug. Ah. Hey. I know, it's very warm. That's why we're sitting in the AC. All right, bye. Whee. All right. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So, once upon a time there used to be a pug cam. There used to be a pug cam. Yes, that is true. So, so back to the Thri-kreen. The answer to that is no, and the reason is because it's not that you're making a main hand attack and an offhand attack. It is that you are making an attack with one weapon, and then you're able to make an attack with another weapon as a bonus action, and you only ever have one bonus action in there. So thankfully I hear people are doing selective breeding to make pugs with the ability. Yes, no, that's actually true. I can't think of what I forget what the acronym is, but it's like the group that judges dogs or like does the whole breeding stuff has come out and said that, like, you know, they need to make the snouts longer, because yeah, no, it's terrible. I love my dog. I love pugs in general, but they are abominations, and their breeding needs to change. So yeah, that's the answer to that. You only get one bonus action per turn, and that can be used to make a second attack by utilizing the 2-weapon fighting ability or crossbow expert feat. To answer the question of would a Thri-kreen monk be able to hit 4 times per flurry of blows, we're gonna go down here and we're gonna look at here. Bonus action. Immediately after you take the attack action, you can spend a key point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. So this is it. 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. That's it. Like, you could argue as a Thri-kreen monk that you are using all 4 of your attack, like all 4 of your arms. That's 100% on you, because starting at 5th level, you're going to get bonus attack, or you're going to get extra attack, which means you could argue, okay, my attack action is now 2 attacks. So I'm going to attack with my right upper hand and then my left upper hand, and then I'm going to spend a key point to punch with my lower right and make flurry of blows and punch with my lower left as well. So you could do that. This is why there are specific rules that go into this. Now, one could argue that because your secondary arms are allowed to wield weapons with the light property, if we go back to here, you could wield any one of these weapons with any one of your 4 arms. So you could have a dagger in one hand, you could have a hand axe in another, a sickle in another, and a light crossbow, or a hand crossbow, in another. Okay, and that's gonna give you, well, actually, yeah, we'll say that you could have a dagger, a light hammer, a sickle, and a hand crossbow. Okay, each one of those is light. You could also have a scimitar and a short sword. Okay, instead of the because I don't think there's a bludgeoning light martial weapon, but I mean monks don't even get that anyway. But if you were a fighter, for example, you know, like if you were a fighter and you had you know, four hands, you could have 4 weapons and you could pick and choose which one you're attacking with. An unarmed strike doesn't always mean hands, so we can add our feet. So feet, that's another thing, okay? That's one of the big things. So unarmed strikes does not mean hands. It simply means that you are attacking, it simply means that you are attacking with anything that is not, I don't know why I pulled this up. You're just attacking with something that's not a weapon, that you have no physical weapon. Oh, that's what I wanted to look up. Improvised weapons. So when you're attacking with a weapon, you know, it's just whatever the stats of the weapon are. An unarmed strike, on the other hand, is anything that you do that doesn't involve a weapon, and it's just your strength. It's 1 plus your strength. Like, that's the damage you do. But that could be a punch, that could be a kick, that could be a headbutt. It could really be anything that you want it to be. For example, what's the one I'm thinking of? Yes, for example, when I was playing D&D with my niece and nephew the other day, and my niece was bit by a mutant dire rat. Okay, she's like, I want to kick it, and I was like, cool, make an unarmed strike. That's all it is. So yeah. But improvised weapons, on the other hand, I mean, those are actually pretty badass. I just sent one of my friends a really sick subclass the other day from this modern D&D book that I found. I'm gonna try and find that whole document, because it was really cool and I want to share it out to this Discord, because my friends and I really got into it. There it is. I'm gonna share this out. It's called the Modern Manual, and what it is it's all about like modern day adventures in D&D and how to use, like, you know, what are the weapon values of like modern day, or what are the stats for like modern day weapons, armor, adventuring gear, technology, and stuff like that. But the really cool subclass that got me for him, because he likes barbarians, he likes he really likes the like improvised stuff, and this barbarian that was in here is really cool, because it's all about just like, if you pick up something, you're proficient with improvised weapons and unarmed strikes. While raging, your unarmed strikes deal bludgeoning damage equal to 1d6 plus strength, and if you aren't wielding weapons or a shield, it becomes a d8. And you can eventually start to break stuff and use it as like weapons when you like smash it off of somebody. It's a really cool thing. And this is, he and I talked about a character like this that he wanted to play, and I immediately sent it to him. Also, if you want to make sure you keep an eye on it, can you take a screenshot of Joshua on the dump? Because I'm about to delete them to make, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. Can you take a screenshot of Joshua on the dump? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think your one character's name was Joshua, right? Oh. I'm not gonna do that, but I'm gonna show you what you should do. Okay, you're gonna go to your character. So I'm gonna bring up a random character here on my side. I'm gonna show you what you need to do. You're gonna go to your character. You're gonna click manage and go on the website. Okay, do this on the website so you can keep this yourself. You're gonna click manage and you're gonna click export to PDF and then click download, because when you do that, it creates an actual character sheet for them with everything that you had in there. So that's all you got to do. Just got to go to your character, go to manage, export to PDF, and click download. I have a friend that doesn't play in any of my games, but he still plays, and he doesn't like using digital sheets at the table. So he actually uses D&D Beyond to manage everything, because that's what his DM wants him to do. And every day before the session, he goes in, he prints up a PDF of his sheet. Yeah, that's fine. You can keep me updated with it. I'm fine with that. I'm proficient in reading a physical character sheet. Okay. Up next, our next question is combat uses for the spell Detect Thoughts. So let's pull that up. So, Detect Thoughts is a second level divination spell. For the duration, for up to 1 minute while concentrating, you can read the thoughts of certain creatures. When you cast a spell, and as an action on each of your turns until the spell ends, you focus your mind on any one creature within 30 feet of you. If the creature you choose has an intelligence of 3 or lower, or doesn't speak a language, it is unaffected. You initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, what is most on their mind at the moment. As an action, you can either shift your attention to another creature's thoughts or attempt to probe deeper into the creature's mind. If you probe deeper, the target must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, something that looms large in its mind, such as its worries over loves or hates, or something it worries over, loves, or hates. If it succeeds, the spell ends. Either way, the target knows that you are probing its mind, and unless you shift your attention to another creature's thoughts, the creature can use its action on its turn to make an intelligence check, contested against your intelligence check. If it succeeds, the spell ends. Questions verbally directed at the target creature naturally shape the course of its thoughts, so the spell is particularly effective as part of an investigation. You can also use this spell to detect the presence of thinking creatures you can't see. When you cast the spell and as your action during the duration, you can search for thoughts within 30 feet of you. The spell can penetrate barriers, but 2 feet of rock, 2 inches of any metal or other than lead, or a thin sheet of lead blocks you. You can't detect a creature with an intelligence of 3 or lower, or one that doesn't speak a language. Once you detect the presence of a creature in this way, you can read its thoughts for the duration, as described above, even if you can't see it. So there you go. This is known to bards, sorcerers, and wizards, as well as a handful of subclasses. And the question there is very ambiguous, but I get it. Combat uses for Detect Thoughts. So, combat uses could be you cast this on a creature to try and figure out who they are going to attack on their next turn. You could try and learn that. You could try and learn what their plans are. Like, if you ambush a group, you might get the worry in their head of, oh crap, we need to escape. or we'll never get back to the cave and Slod. Okay, like we can't get back to Captain Slod. That, I mean, I think in combat most surface thoughts are going to be I think the surface thoughts are often going to be who they are planning on attacking and what they're planning on doing. Like you could cast this and figure out that a wizard is going to, or a mage that you're fighting is about to cast fireball. And you could use, you know, you're going to use your action to try and like read their thoughts, you know, read their surface level thoughts. And you're going to hear in your head fireball. Okay? And that's it. like that's like, I'm going to fireball this place. Then you could, as a free action, look at the rest of your party and say, scatter, he's going to cast fireball. And then everybody runs. And then the moment, but the problem that you face is that unless you have a way to discern or to get that information out to the rest of your party without the mage knowing, they're going to know that you just read their thoughts. Okay, like unless the wizard was already starting to cast fireball, they're gonna know. So like unless you're a Kalishtar who's able to communicate with other creatures, or you guys have some kind of like inbred telepathy, like if you have rapport spores or something, like if one of you is a spore druid, yeah, it's gonna be known. So but you could also use combat as a way to discern where hiding enemies are. If you and your companions are moving through a dungeon or something like that, and you have been warned of an ambush, you could arguably use detect thoughts to try and like, you know, figure out where somebody is in a room. Okay, again, as long as they're not behind 2 feet of rock, 2 inches of metal, or a thin sheet of lead. But like, if you walk into a room, you could cast detect thought. Like if you're looking for somebody, you could cast detect thoughts to see if they were around there. Maybe they're hiding in a barrel, or they're, you know, inside of a couch, you know, that's in there, or something like that. You could at least figure out where they are and then read their mind. But in my opinion, I think for the most part, it's going to be used out of combat. I think it's possible to use it in combat, but I just really don't see it being used in combat that often, because it's a full action. Like you're burning a full action to cast a spell to try and glean some information from a character, which is a better proficiency to have as a monk, acrobatics or athletics. That is choice. I've had the discussion before with you, Azzy. If you want to go optimized, okay, monks' primary ability is dexterity. Acrobatics is a dexterity-based skill. So acrobatics is your ability to like fall out of a tree and not take damage. It's your ability to save yourself from falling on slick ice. I know you have short-term memory. So we had a discussion about optimization, and you said you would prefer to play a character more for their story. But technically speaking, deciding what a better proficiency is, that's an optimization aspect. As myself, I would personally, if I had to pick between the two, if I couldn't take both, I would take acrobatics. And that is because Acrobatics is your ability to dodge like incoming damage. Again, if you're falling out of a tree, if you're on thin ice, in fact, we can actually just pull it up here. Running across a thin sheet of ice, balancing on a tightrope, staying upright on a ship's rocking surface. Okay. It's a dexterity-based skill, which means that, you know, if you're in those situations, acrobatics is going to help you a lot more because your character is going to be very acrobatic. Athletics is a strength-based skill. So if your character has a very low strength score, then it's, yes, it'll probably bring it out of the negative. But athletics is your ability to climb, like it's the ability to climb a cliff, climb a tree, swim against a strong current, holding on to something. Like if you're climbing a rope, it's your ability to stay on. Like that's the thing. It really depends on how you want to play this character. Do you want them to be somebody who is stronger and more athletic, or do you want them to be more dexterous and acrobatic? Like, again, it's depending on how you want to play the character. Mechanically, it makes more sense if you want to make the things you're good at better, then go acrobatics. If you want to make the thing that you are probably gonna end up being worse at better, then go athletics. Well, I know you're dex based, you're a monk. Unless you were making a strength-based monk, which, you know, is possible if you talk with your DM. You're going for a stealth monk, then personally I would say go acrobatics. Okay? You know, that would be my argument. It's easier to argue with a DM and say like, hey, can I make an acrobatics check instead of athletics for like my ability to like climb something? Because the reality there is that when you reach level 7 or 8, where is it? Yeah, 9. At level 9, you get unarmored movement improvement, which means you can move along vertical surfaces and across liquids on your turn without falling during the move. So arguably at that point, like, your ability to climb doesn't really matter. You don't need a climb speed at that point. I also don't know if Thri-kreen have a climb speed. Oh, I'm in the wrong. Oh, that's a monster. Oops. Race. Nope. No, they do not. They do have telepathy, though. Interesting. I'm gonna look at the Thri-kreen for a little bit and then just moving on. Although Chameleon Carapace is one of those good ones because you don't really have to worry about your wisdom as a Thri-kreen to get your AC up. You can focus on your dexterity and something else, and really anything else, because this is going to make your base armor class 13 plus dex instead of it being 10 plus dexterity plus wisdom. So that is such good soup. All right, so combat uses for detect thoughts. Understanding the enemy's next moves. Figuring out where hidden enemies are. That's also another thing. If you're fighting unseen enemies, okay, if you're fighting unseen enemies and you don't know where they are, you could use this to detect the creatures that you can't see. That is arguably one of the upsides. You might not necessarily be able to know exactly where they are, but you could know that like they are within 30 feet of you. What soup? That's soup. It doesn't look very appetizing, but it's like seafood chowder. It's got like corn, carrots, clam, shrimp, mushrooms. Something my mom makes. She makes it fairly often, like maybe like once or twice a month. It's really good. It's very sweet because of the corn. So good. All right, understanding the enemy's next move, figuring out where hidden enemies are. Yeah. Preventing ambushes. All right. Next question. Seeking roleplay tips for new and shy player. I am starting in a campaign with a new group as a player. A fellow player, oh my god, the amount of times that I have to say player. A fellow player is playing for the first time and is very shy. In session 0, they almost said and did almost nothing. Oh god. I want to critique this person's grammar first. Is two-weapon fighting just something everyone can do, but you need the dual wielder? Okay, two-weapon fighting is something anybody can do. It is just when you take the attack action with a light weapon, a light melee weapon in one hand, you can make a second attack with a light melee weapon in the other hand. Okay, anybody can do that. Dual wielder. The dual wielder feat allows for you to gain an armor class bonus of +1 as long as you're wielding two separate weapons. You can use two-weapon fighting even when the weapons aren't light, and you can draw and stow both of the weapons when normally you could only draw or stow one. So by taking dual wielder, no, we need weapons. By taking dual wielder, as long as it doesn't say two-handed, you could use it as a dual wielder. For example, I played a half-orc barbarian named Kelf the Axe Wielder, and I carried around 2 battle axes. And they were magical. They were mechanical, but they were magical because it was a great axe that could be, with a twist of the handle, I could split it into 2 separate weapons. So I could have a great axe or I could have 2 battle axes. And I took the dual wielder feat at one point so that I could go into battle with 2 battle axes. It was totally worth it. You're gonna go with defensive duelist. Oh yeah, that's right. Finesse weapons. So you're probably gonna go with, like, I'm assuming short swords or scimitars, but those are martial. So because depending on what your subclass is, yeah, monks do not have that. No, arguably monks are one of the worst classes out there. Okay, for one, their martial arts die is extremely low. They have very few key points to actually do shit with. Their 1d8 hit die is garbage because they're supposed to be like a melee based character. because you have to dedicate dexterity and wisdom in order to buff your AC, it means you're basically going to have one of the lower AC compared to anyone else that's able to wear armor or wear a shield, because you can't wield a shield as a monk. So you only have proficiency with short swords and simple weapons. So that's, you know, that's one of the things to consider. Now, short swords definitely do have the finesse trait. So they are light, they are finesse, so you can use them with dexterity. But you know, that's the thing. It's I mean, yeah, defensive duelist is a is a good option, because it does allow you to bump your AC up at least once per per round. So you do get a little bit of a buff. But that's actually why when I was doing a review of the new OneD&D monk, it still doesn't feel good enough. Okay, I stand by that. Like, the changes they did with it don't really, you know, don't really benefit it. I may go rogue and multi-class into monk for flurry of blows. So here's the thing you have to consider, if you want to multi-class into monk. It is definitely possible, totally doable. You have to at least multi-class 2 levels into monk in order to make it viable, because obviously it's only starting at level 2 that you get that. Your key points are equal to your monk level. Okay, the amount of key is equal to your monk level. So if you go only 2 levels into monk so that you can grab the key feature and then go the rest rogue, you're only going to ever be able to do flurry of blows twice, and that's it, per long rest. So, or sorry, per short rest, my bad. So that's a thing to keep in mind. You know, like a 2-level dip into fighter, for example, people take a 2-level dip into fighter all the time because it's at 2nd level you get action surge, where you get to take another turn. You know, you get to take another action on your turn, so you just get another full thing that you can do. But taking a 2-level dip into monk is only going to net you 2 key points. Now, going back to what I was gonna say with the monk, okay, and how they wanted to change it in OneD&D. Here we go. Yeah, monk. So in the OneD&D version, they bumped the martial arts up, which is good, because that means your unarmed strikes do more damage than they normally would. But 1d6, you know, for the martial arts die is basically what a lot of other races get with like natural attacks, and the discipline points or the key points are still the same. I personally believe that discipline points should be the combination of your level plus your proficiency bonus. I think if Wizards of the Coast did that, monks would be clean. Okay, I'm gonna put that in my notes whenever I fill out the survey. But like starting at 2nd level, you'd have 4. You'd have twice as many. You could do more shit. Then you could argue that having stuff like Stunning Strike, where it's now only once per turn, would make sense, because you would have more points to do it on any other turn. Okay, but that would mean that like you would go 4, 5, 6, and then you'd jump up to 8. Okay, you'd actually be a more viable character, in my opinion. We'll touch more on that on another stream. I already went through and raged about the monk. So good. Such good soup. All right, so back to what I was saying. A fellow player is playing for the first time, is very shy. In session 0, They said and did almost nothing. I would like to help include them in a bit more, and I wonder if anyone has in-game or role-playing tips to help out, to help put the ball in their court, so to speak. I'm not trying to force anything onto the person. I just want to help make the best possible environment for them to find enjoyment in the game. So, here's my first tip. Talk to them if this is really an issue with you. Okay, that's my first one. If you think that another player is very shy, or they aren't saying or doing anything because you think that they might be shy, or I want to say the word intimidated, but intimidate is not really the good word. But if they're, you know, not exactly sure what to do, first talk to them. Okay, just go up and, like, you know, ask them, like, in game. Okay, involve them, get them into the game. Okay, when you and your party is traveling through the forest and you come across a burnt tree in a 60-foot, you know, or in a 30-foot radius field, and there's weird things like little stick effigies wrapped around it, and everyone's looking at it and they're not saying anything, you know, look over to them and say, hey, have you ever seen anything like this? Get them involved. Okay, just, it literally is just talking to them in character. Okay, you're resting for the night. All right, and you know, the DM asks who's taking first watch, or, you know, the party's trying to decide on who's going to take first watch. You can be the one to say, oh, I'll take first watch, you know, and then while you're doing that, look at that other character and say, hey, so what's your story? You know, why are you out here doing this? I mean, this is some dangerous work. You know, what brings you out here? And just talk to them. Engage with them in character. Because here's the thing. If they are kind of nervous, if they are hesitant out of game, and if they are shy or possibly intimidated, then bringing that out of game might exacerbate those feelings. Okay, going to them out of game first and saying, like, hey, so I know, you know, you're fairly new to this, but man, I've really noticed you're not really, like, doing much in game or really saying anything while we're playing, and I was just wondering if I could do anything to help. That might make them, you know, kind of be like, oh crap, everyone's now noticing that I'm not doing or saying anything, and they're probably thinking about me now, and it might make them super self-conscious about attempting to do it. Because if that's the case, okay, now when it's brought up in game, and now when you try and engage them in game, then it is just going to, like, send up those red flags. I definitely, all right, there we go. Talk to them in game. I meant to put that. I was reading it back to myself. But talk to them in game if this is really an issue with you. Just engage them. That's it. Like actually try and build a rapport between your character and theirs. Okay? And do it with the other party. Okay? Like, I personally can't speak to a lot of other tables. Every table is going to be different, but in a lot of cases that I have ran games for, there is often this limited set of knowledge that is shared amongst players readily of why they are doing the thing that they are doing. Now, you might have somebody who, for example, is let's just take I just in this example because it's easy. Dragon of Icespire Peak. Okay? The why is your player coming to Phandalin and willing to do the jobs that Harbin Wester is asking for in the, you know, now that this dragon has shown up? Is it that you just want to kill a dragon? Okay, cool. Why? You know, that's something to really talk about, you know, when you're out short resting or long resting or, you know, setting up camp or sitting in the tavern. That's a fine question to ask. Okay. You know, and some characters may want to, you know, some characters and some players may want to keep that stuff private. All right. Just my last library game, I had one of the best sessions in that campaign. And that campaign has been going on for a year. Okay. We have, like, our next session is the 8th. Okay. Our first session was 6/11. So we just recently passed our 1-year anniversary for that game. And it was only in that session when now the players are level 5 that they actually sat down with one another and asked questions about kind of who they are traveling with, because it was never brought up. Nobody really ever pushed that stuff. Okay, now granted, the paladin of the group kind of brought up little bits and pieces here and there. You know, he has this strange ring that has a winged horse on it, and he doesn't know the origin, but it was given to him by his caretaker, and she said it was his father's, and he doesn't know the meaning of it, but there has been moments in game that we have played into what this thing could possibly be, what it means, and we're slowly starting to reveal that in game. But like, for example, the rogue. Okay, now out of game, I personally know, and I know that nobody from that session or that game watches this stream, but the gnome rogue was a spy for a noble, and it was her and her twin brother, and the two of them were sent out on a job, and they were good at what they did, but something on this job went wrong. They retrieved the item that they were sent out to gather, and on the way of trying to escape and get out, they were caught. Seemingly the people there knew that whatever heist they were pulling was going to happen, and her brother ended up dying. And she then decided she wanted to leave the political game. She wanted to get out of the spy business, so she ran away and is now on the run and wants to start over and forget her past. So she meets a dragonborn barbarian that has a need to kill a dragon. In order to be respected in their village, they need to go kill a dragon and absorb its soul. And this barbarian has heard about a white dragon that has been causing some issues near the town of Phandalin, and so the rogue joins them to do good and to start over. That is her backstory, okay? But the rest of the party did not know this until last week. And that is because she kept that very close to chest. But there's been opportunities to do that, but nobody really engaged with her character in that moment. And it wasn't until there was a moment in game where her character and the sorcerer, or not sorcerer, the warlock, had these like extra planar, they're not extra planar, but they had these encounters where they both believed that they saw the goddess Saloon, and the goddess spoke of the item that this rogue stole and said that it would be her undoing, that they would be looking for it, and that it is the key to their goal, and that she must protect it. And so in the morning, when the party was discussing these weird visions and these things that they saw, she finally brought that up. So, you know, but none of that would have ever happened if, for one, you know, obviously you need to have something to discuss. There needs to be a reason for the players to discuss it. But two, just actually having the party in game actively want to be willing to share that information because it helps the party. Okay, expositing on your backstory a little matters because it actually makes everybody invested. Okay, so that's the key thing. Invest into their character in game. Ask them questions. If they don't know it, they might, you know, they might say, I don't want to talk about that. Okay, but at least you are making an attempt. So that's the first thing. Talk to them in game if this is really an issue with you. If you're really wanting to pull them in and get them to come up with something and do something, talk to them in game. If that fails, talk to them out of game. But be gentle and understand that some people may not be receptive to this. Okay. For example, if you go up to somebody and say like, hey, you're super quiet when we play, you know, and like you don't talk a lot, and you know, yeah, you really didn't do much this last session, they might, again, like I said before, they might say, well, yeah, sorry, I might not be good at this, you know, and they might, you know, say like, well, shit, I felt like I did okay, you know, I was listening and I took notes and I was really enjoying it and I thought everybody was having fun, and you know, now you know, I feel like now that they pointed this out, you know, maybe I'm not doing it right. I'm pretty sure most characters in Phantom 5 are I don't want to talk about with regard. That is some of it. Still trying to get a feel for others and the overall thing, and that's the thing. Like, you have to understand that there are some players that don't care much about their backstory, and they don't really care to exposit on it. And there are players that don't care about their backstory and they don't want to exposit on it. Okay, so I could personally, Lucas loves backstories. You know, everybody should know that at this point. But if I want to make a very secretive character, when somebody comes up to me and is like, you know, hey, you know, why are you out adventuring? What are you doing? Like, what are your goals? My character could be like, oh, I don't want to talk about it. You know, I'm following where the light takes me, blah, 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 blah. But in the back of my head, I might just be like, oh, he's so cool though, because like, you know, he's wanting to hunt down the guy that killed his father and blah, 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 blah. And again, you know, that's how like me and you are. You know, the pirates, they have a backstory, they know it, and you guys got a little bit of that. You guys kind of know a little bit of their backstory. You know that the cult of the Black Dragon attacked their ship, killed their crew, and they want to get a ship together, get a crew together, and then go out and hunt them down. You know, Albina, yeah, you know, Albina has slowly mentioned, you know, things over time. But Albina also just recently had a big revelation in her character development. You know, because the thing is that, you know, I know that Hannah loves Albina, but I feel like her style of background development is more in game. She's gonna come up with little bits and pieces. For example, like in that one moment when you guys wanted to know about were-rats, or when you wanted to know about not sirens, harpies. Those are expository moments where some of her backstory can come out. But like, that's the thing, like there's little bits and pieces that can kind of be built from scenarios. Had that somewhat happen to me as a DM when I had a player just in a bad day and she was super quiet. I asked her if she was fine. She was legally a mute and she just played it off as a joke, saying I'm always quiet. Yeah, you know, and that's the other thing. I've had days where, you know, like back in the day when I was actually playing, I would have days where I just, you know, really wasn't feeling up to it, and I might, you know, Cooper was just exceptionally quiet, or if I was playing you know, any one of my other RPGs, you know, my character might be quiet. Yeah, we all have our days. I'm pretty sure no one asked Iluna either. Well, and again, that's the thing. You to exposit your own backstory is fine as long as it makes sense presenting it to the party. But yeah, you are kind of at the, you know, at the whims of a lot of times others asking those questions. But even taking that into consideration, you have to look at how people handle that outside of D&D. Okay? People love talking about themselves. It is psychologically the thing people love talking about, because it's the thing you know the most about. So when you a tactic that people use when they want to talk about something is to ask other people about that in hope that they would reciprocate and ask you. For example, and I'm being serious with this, when I meet new people, especially like if I have a new team member at my store, we just hired this young girl at my store. Tonight was my first night closing with her. Now, I spent some of my day, you know, while I was doing my work, thinking about D&D stuff, as I do. Like 90% of my work day that isn't thinking about work is thought about D&D. So at one point I had thought up something really cool, and I wanted someone to, I had this burning desire in me to say, you know, like, oh, hey, listen to this thing that I just came up with. But I don't want to just approach somebody that I've never talked to about a subject, or that I, you know, have never bridged that gap with, to just suddenly throw that on them. So I went up to this team member and I said, hey, do you play games, like video games or board games or something? And she said she plays Call of Duty and stuff. And, you know, I was like, oh, did you ever play Skyrim or, you know, like Dragon Age or anything? And she said no. And I said, well, you know, like, I was like, yeah, have you ever played D&D? And she goes, no. And I said, well, you know, like Lord of the Rings and stuff? And she said, yeah. I said, well, yeah, D&D's like that. And, you know, she's like, well, is it expensive? And I said, no, it's, you know, books and dice. And she's like, looked at me confused. I was like, do you know what D&D is? And she's like, well, apparently not. And I, you know, explained to her what it was. And then I was like, yeah, I was doing this thing. And I was like, yeah, you know, like what kind of games are you into? And I said, I play D&D. What are you into? And she kind of told me a couple other games, and I was like, oh yeah, I was thinking of this thing for one of my games tonight. I kind of explained it to her. I bridged that gap to find out the interest that I could roll in what I wanted to talk to about, so that I could then discuss it. It's a very simple tactic when communicating with people. So if I wanted to talk about my character's backstory, I would go up to somebody and say, hey, so like, what are you out here traveling for? Like, what are you doing? And like, what brought you onto this whole journey? In the hopes that they would actually tell you. And if they do, then that's when you say, oh, cool. Yeah, I'm out here trying to find myself, made some mistakes back home, and, trying to do right by them, and just, let it flow. Their castle. Haka said she's just said that it was a bad day. That's all. Oh yeah, like I said, that shit happens. I'm mostly going with deciding some details. What makes sense in game? Really though, the focus is all the cultist stuff going on. Iluna just fell into it at the right place at the right time. And yeah, and in that case, that is it. That's the case for a lot of D&D adventures. And I'll be honest with you, truthfully, your campaign is very much more by the book. Okay? There is plenty that is homebrew in it. There's plenty that I have expanded upon. But when I started running P5, I decided very early on that it was going to be Dragon of Icespire Peak with a roll into Rise of Tiamat, with the introduction of the dragon cultists and everything. Okay? That definitely structured that campaign. Now, Rime of the Frost Maiden is very much the same thing. When I started that, it was, hey, this is what we're gonna run. Make characters that want to help put an end to the Rime of the Frost Maiden. You can have your own backstories, you can have your own adventures, but just understand that the main goal of this campaign is to go after Auril and stop her. You guys will need to get stronger, you'll need to build up allies, and you will need resources, which is what they're doing this whole time. But at the end of the day, their goal is to go eventually and kill Auril. This is different than what my library group is going through. Now, I started that campaign 2 years after I started running P5, and was quite some time after was quite some time, I mean, I think almost a year and a half after starting Rime of the Frost Maiden. So I did things differently with that campaign than I did with my previous two. And in that one, I told everybody, I said, hey, we are going to start with Dragon of Icespire Peak, but I want you guys to write backstories that have goals in mind that will lead the campaign after Dragon of Icespire Peak. Okay? That is what I had in mind. I wanted stuff that could carry on after. It's what I tried to do with Phandalin 5, and it's why with, like, you know, like James's character, my god, I can't remember his name. It's almost like a chronomancer erased it from time. I'm actually blanking on his name. Hold on. I gotta pull up the notes. I'm not even gonna pull up that. I'm just gonna pull up the campaign notes from that session, from those early sessions. Uh, Cedric and Shaylin. Wow, I couldn't think of their names. So, the thing is like in Shaylin's backstory, there was, you know, in Shaylin's backstory, her thing was that a dragon destroyed her village, and like she wanted to go and hunt the thing down and to kill it. Cedric, James's character, he owed a massive debt to some guy. Okay, that was the thing. He wanted to get some money to pay off his debt. Okay, that was the main course of action for him. Vanadar, he was there in Faerun because he actually came from another realm space, and he went across the trackless sea and came to Faerun to kind of find himself and seek out what his life could be there with the teachings of Moradin. And then Zash, again, he was trying to find his own monastic way. So, and Iluna went to Phandalin because she was out there trying to learn how to make a potion. And she, over time, was finding ingredients. She met Adabra, and Adabra was able to teach her a few things. And then that connection with Adabra led to some adventure. And then when you guys went up to Neverwinter and you met Ron Poe, he was able to give you some information. And then you were able to go on and build from that. And now you know the ingredients to do, you know, that potion. So maybe it's at this point, now that you have this knowledge and the campaign is obviously still running, maybe it's time for Iluna to expand on that. You have a potion that allows somebody to drink it and feel refreshed as if they slept for 8 hours. That's very true. But there's also the potential that maybe it doesn't work. Okay, that's a possibility. But you know, that's the effects of a long rest in an hour. But maybe you go beyond that. Maybe it's time for Iluna to expand on that. You want your entire goal, your starting goal was, as an elf, you have this different look of time. You get more time with the world, and you want to afford to other people that time that you are graced with. So maybe now Iluna, and with the aid of the serialized journal of medicine, The Fleeting Lives of Others, right? Maybe now that you have, you know, figured out how to make this potion of rest, well, granted, you know, the ingredients you get might not be perfect and there might be some mix-ups. Maybe now it's time for her to start, like, realizing, let me expand upon that. Maybe she wants to make something that actually expands people's lives. Okay? That's an option. That's something that, while it's, you know, definitely out there to question, to theorize, could I make a potion that literally gives people more time? Can I give people a potion that extends their life? Because realistically, you could go and talk to a monk. Look at this. You know, You can't be magically aged. You can still die of old age, but your body never suffers the frailty of old age. Druids, I believe, get a similar ability. Yeah, timeless body. Right here. The primal magic that you wield causes you to age more slowly. For every 10 years that pass, your body ages 1 year. This might be where Iluna's mind now starts to go, especially with the recent events that happened around Iggy and with, like, Maggie. These short lives that they have had, that you know, Iggy's life cut short and Albina having to sacrifice herself to save him. Maggie's tortured life of being in a polymorphed state for almost a decade, and then to finally find some love, to finally find a new family and people that she can be safe with, and friends and idols and people that she cares about and that care about her, and then to suddenly be gone. And Skip, yes, you know, the little baby kobold that was used as a bargaining token for horrific, grotesque reasons, to watch them just be callously, you know, thrown aside with very little, you know, disregard. These moments could be the driving force behind Iluna's next project, behind her next long-term goal. Okay, I mean, hell, this was kind of the point that I made whenever you first started designing this character. I mean, if we look at if we look at the timeline of the Phandalin 5, I mean, right there, this, you know, this is where it started. This is where the founding of the Phandalin 5 started. Back here on the 5th of Myrtle. It is the 17th of Kythorn. It has been well over a month and a half. So, or actually almost a month and a half. So, and Iluna has done a lot in that time, and she has accomplished her goal of creating a potion that can, you know, allow people to continue on, to give them some more time. Not much time. I mean, no, that's kind of the thing about D&D. You know, you get enough, you get a handful of D&D players in a forest for a month, and, you know, suddenly you got the, you know, literally the avatar of a god, and, you know, the strongest cleric that's ever existed. But like, you know, time has gone on, and you have accomplished a lot of goals. So maybe, you know, maybe it's time for Iluna's focus to switch to, you know, a new kind of potion. Again, something that maybe she has to seek the aid of a druid. You know, it's a very high level ability, but arguably she has connections to such beings. You know, her father is a member of royalty, in touch with many a druid. So that could be a route that she chooses to go, to experiment, to try and find some ingredients, or to try and tap into some magic, some primal magic that she doesn't have yet, but some magic that she could make a potion and then enchant to do something like this. And sure, maybe it's not going to be like a one-time thing. You drink this and now, you know, you age as 1/10 as fast. But maybe it's something where you drink this and, you know, for the next year, your body ages at a much slower pace. You know, that's a thing. Like, if you drink this potion every day for a year, for the next 10 years, your body will only age 1 year or something like that. However you got to do it. But again, whatever the mechanics that are thought of come out of this, this is something, it's just about evolving that character. But again, that's the kind of stuff that, like, if you're in game wanting to really build, like, wanting to talk about this backstory and wanting to, because this all comes back from, like, wanting to get people to talk in game. Okay, this would be a perfect opportunity for Iluna to actually just speak up to somebody that she can connect to. You can't help but weave a story. But this would be a good opportunity for Iluna to go up to me and you, because they have a very similar goal in mind. They want more time to be pirates. Okay? And that is, like, that is one of the reasons why you is a undying warlock. He is that for a reason. I don't know, I went to races, I went classes. You is an undying warlock. His patron is the ferryman. Undying warlocks is that death holds no sway, and you have unlocked the secrets and you are looking to unlock the secrets of everlasting life. So this might be something that Iluna can pose to, me and you. An opportunity for her to go up and, say something along the lines of, hey, I know you have that book that, helps people not die or something, but how does that work? Because I'm really trying to, here, you actually has that. I'm trying to develop this potion to give people more time in this world. As an elf, I'm gonna live for hundreds and possibly thousands of years, but I watch humans, I watch these other races that I see that they lose this time with everybody. They have to sleep more than we do. You don't have to sleep anymore, so you have more time. You seemingly have this unending energy that you're able to do, and I wanted to see if you can help me take what you have and possibly distill down that magic into something to allow us to share that with the world. Is that something that you can help me with? Can you help me understand, can you help me understand this? And, and it would also be, one of those things where, that would bridge the gap to, to allow you to really say, like, hey, I can, I'm looking to make this potion, and, like, these are my goals. And I see that you have this book that's able to save people and give them more time. And I was wondering if you could talk to me about that magic, because this is what I want to do. And I feel like you're one of the best and most immediate sources of that knowledge and that magic that can help me with this. Or go to, go up to me, because he's a phantom rogue and he's able to commune with the dead and become ethereal and ghostly, and you might not, Iluna might not know if he has similar abilities. But you also have a Warforged in the party who is, Warforges one of the things to understand about Warforges is, you know, they actually don't have a maximum age span. I mean, that's the thing. Nobody has ever seen a Warforged just die outright, you know, from old age. So maybe it's something that, you know, Iluna can really do to, you know, talk to Cephas, talk to you. Except Albina don't need. So yes, that is true. That is the case. Albina does not need sleep either. So again, that's a great point, because that's something that you can go to and talk to her. Okay? Because she gets that because of wait, why? Wait, where is she getting that from? Oh, is that from an item? I want to say you're right, but you did see me drinking soup. In fact, you saw me drinking chowder. What is the thing that gives her the ability to not have to sleep? Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's everybody but Albina. Yes. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. All except Albina doesn't need to sleep. Oh, I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So that's the thing. I mean, yeah, because you have, you know, shut up, Jared. I love chowder. You know, and that is the thing, because I was about to say, yeah, I mean, Albina should, but no, that's it. You know, you got Iluna, you got Smith that are elves, so they only need to enter a trance state. You got Cephas, who needs to enter his inactive sentry state. You have you that has the invocation aspect of the moon, where he no longer needs to sleep. And then you have me that has you know, all of his gross shit that that means he doesn't need to sleep. I forget where his is. I think it's like one of the first ones. Yeah, you need to sleep. Character doesn't. I just can't remember what gives you that ability. You can do a short rest, I believe, to benefit. Yeah, it was something. It was something, I think, in your subclass. I can't remember. But yeah, like I said, that is, I mean, everyone in the party, you know, to a degree, has some kind of ability to give themselves more time. So it is one of those things that Iluna can, you know, broach to the party and say, like, hey, you know, like, this is kind of why I'm out here. This is kind of why, you know, no, after a short or long rest, you can switch proficiency. I thought you had something. I thought you had something that meant you didn't have to long rest like normal. But I think it might be me and Albina that are the two that need to get that sleep. Because yeah, I'm not even seeing anything in here. There's nothing innate to the rogue, that's for sure. But anyway, you know, that's the thing. It's one of those things where, you know, it's advancing your own character plot line, but it's involving other people. It's getting them, you know, invested into it, putting some of their input in it. And yeah, you might have a character, you know, you might have somebody like you who's like, you know, no, like, I don't even fully understand this, so like, I can't help you, you know. Or you might have somebody like Cephas who, you know, doesn't know about his true origins, doesn't know how he was fully made, because, you know, everything that happened in his backstory is there is that information gap. But, you know, that can be explored. You know, what makes a Warforged not age like normal people? Is that something that can be looked into? Wait, how do you have it show the active characters? This is a this is an extension on Chrome. I wish it actually showed, I wish instead of saving throws it had ability scores. That's the only thing that I wish, is that it showed ability scores and not saving throws. Hold on, let me see which one this is. Is it this one? Hold on. All right, I'm gonna turn one of them off. It's not above D&D. Hawkif has above D&D. I actually have above D&D turned off. Above D&D is the VTT. He's referring to these stats that you're seeing on here. Okay, so wait, is that, did that fully? Beyond, I don't use Beyond 20 anymore because I don't like, I actually don't like how that one functions. Okay, so hold on, let me swap these around, reload this. Let me see if it reloads differently. Yes, okay. So the one that you're seeing is oh wait, hold on. Oh, dude, no, I fully understand. I fully understand why you do it. Beyond 20 is great if you're using D&D Beyond. Okay, so the one that I'm using is this Chrome extension. It's called D&D Beyond Campaign DM Screen. That's the one that this is. Again, I wish it didn't show saving throws. I wish it showed, here's the link to that. I really wish that it showed another one. I gotta find the other one that I used. Hold on. I used a different one at one time, and I don't remember it. Hold on. I'm gonna turn this on. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna turn off this. Let me reload. Go into here. Extension options. Emulator. Okay. Cool. Okay. Here we go. Is this okay? Here's the other one. All right. Here's the other one. Now the problem with this one is this one can be real jumbly. All right, but this one actually allows you to customize it. So now currently we're not on full screen. So here. We're gonna turn off resources. So this is the other one that I have had in the past. Now the only problem with this is that it requires a really obscure extension called Tamper Monkey that allows you to install user scripts on Chrome. So that's the link to Tamper Monkey, and then the D&D Beyond DM screen script is that link. And basically, once you have Tamper Monkey installed, Tamper Monkey. Once you have Tamper Monkey installed, it basically brings you up to this screen where this wouldn't normally be here. What's up, Enforcer? And then you would go to the GitHub link, you would click to install that, and then when you would reload it, this is where it allows you to bring it up. This one takes up a lot more resources, but it does allow you to see it does allow you to see a lot of different things, and it actually keeps them updated. So the cool thing with this one is I can go into here and view, let's just say I'll pull up Albina's character sheet. So on her sheet, I'm going to change this to update every 5 seconds. All right. So if I go onto her character sheet and I reduce her hit points by 10, this is going to update every 5 seconds or so. It should automatically go through and it should automatically tick. I might have to reload it for it to actually take effect. But that's the thing. Yeah, there's those are the two that I use. So it's either Tamper Monkey. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it updated. This is a great one. Actually, I still have this one on my laptop for when I'm playing with my IRL group at the library, because the nice thing with this is that it does update every time that they change their character sheet, so I can just quickly glance down and it does show me it. But I actually haven't changed my extension for a little while because I had to update Chrome on here, and I never went in and adjusted things. So, but yeah, do either one, whichever one works for you, sir. Because this one definitely works. Each one has their benefits. Um, oh yeah, that's right. That was the other thing. This one shows it for all of those. That's also another reason why it's a pain with bigger character things. Just like the appearance don't really, yeah. This is the one thing I like about this. Again, I really wish these weren't saving throws. I really wish that they were their ability scores. Come on, get back on there. All right. So, moving on. Sort of made a character for Pathfinder 2. A friend has explained to me for a bit before he had to go. I know now, dude. I'll tell you what. I have been playing a little bit of Pathfinder in my recent weeks with a couple friends, and let me tell you what. The two sites that I'm sure that your friend has definitely sent you this, Enforcer. So Archives of Nethys is 100% the, like, 5e.tools equivalent, because it is just an online resource that is supported by Paizo, and it is the best way to go in and look at everything you have to, if you want to know about all the ancestries, if you want to know about all the classes and stuff. Come on, get on the screen there. Just a great way to do it is through here. Oh wait, where's my favorite one? There he is. There we go. The Shuni, the best race, pug people. I play a Shuni. I play a Shuni bard. And then this website, which again, I'm also fully believing that your friend would have sent you this, is the path builder for actually making characters. Oh yeah, elves definitely have a different kind of lore in it. Thank you, Game Hunter 9091. Thank you for the follow. Oh, first time chat. Oh yeah, dude, Path Builder on the phone is bunk. The fact that it doesn't load. Sign up for this though, Enforcer. Sign up for the Demiplane. It's going to be D&D Beyond for it's basically D&D Beyond for whatchamacallit, for Pathfinder. So I don't know if they have opened it yet for everybody. It looks like they actually have a lot of the tools now starting to come out. But yeah, that's it. Good. They have the open beta. So I haven't done it yet because they don't have the Shuni in here, as far as I believe. Yeah, they don't have the Shuni yet. So Game Hunter 9091. A mad artificer soul whispers to the smartest person in the group. My friend, I have an idea for you. A strong reusable item. Skin ball spell / spell skin bomb. A living ball of flesh, and tattoo any spell you want on it. Add a timer if needed and have fun. This to me sounds like... Wait, what? Back. But yeah, we'd like to talk about character stuff if you wanted. It's my favorite item that I made that's legal in any game. It can be, I mean, it's legal in any way. I mean, you're arguing that a DM would allow it. Because if it's a spell that is a homebrew spell, it's relying on your DM allowing you to have that. It's my favorite. I mean, it's also an item. It's my favorite item that I made. It can be used in a lot of ways, like a hand warmer, enhancement applicator, spell applicator, And hidden bombs. Wait. Skin ball spell / spell skin bomb. An unarmed strike from my character. Yeah, because you have 0 strength. But also as AZ, oh god, I'm never gonna remember your name. Azzy, just remember, as a monk, you have martial arts. You can use dexterity instead of strength for the attack and damage of your unarmed strikes. So as long as your unarmed strikes, as long as your dexterity is decent, you also get 1d4. Like, your martial arts is your base attack. So you literally, yeah, so what? Oh, you're a rogue fighter. Okay, then yes, you are SOL. Take the unarmed fighting style, so that your unarmed strikes deal bludgeoning damage equal to 1d6 plus strength. And then you'd be set. All right, Game Hunter, I'm very confused. So, make a living ball of flesh and tattoo any spell you want onto it and add a timer if needed. So, I'm not fully grasping what this is. Is it an item or is it a spell? And what you mean by that's legal in any game. Because arguably, it sounds like you are creating like globs of flesh, and then you're tattooing a spell onto it, which spell rot tattoos are a thing, but they cost a decent amount of gold. So, and once the tattoo has been used, it vanishes from your skin. So, to Jared's point, how many flesh balls can I put fireball on? To Jared's point, I would argue that Glyph of Warding is a better use of this. Okay, welcome back, Enforcer. So Glyph of Warding, granted, it requires 200 gold worth of you missed Game Hunter talking about living balls of flesh that apparently can explode, maybe, or be a hand warmer, an enhancement applicator, a spell applicator, or hidden bombs. And so I'm talking about the Book of Fireballs, where you get a book that has maybe like 100 pages on it, or even 10 pages. You get 2,000 gold worth of powdered diamonds, and then over the course of it, maybe like, 5 to 10 days, you cast the spell Fireball into 10 pages on this book. It is expensive. You need 2,000 gold to do it 10 times. But you cast Fireball on 10 pages in the book, and you have each one of them trigger on when the book is opened by anyone other than me. And then this way you can basically do that to as many pages as you have, 200 gold worth per page. And then this way, when anybody else opens up that book, they're having to make at least 10 dexterity saves and taking, you know, in and around the equivalency of 80d6 worth of damage. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. Do not give it to the barbarian. Well, that's the only argument, is like you could say that a barbarian, you know, would take, could take half of this, like a whatchamacallit, a Kalishtar totem barbarian would take half of this damage, and then, you know, let's do another roll. There we go, 295. All right, so you're doing almost 150 damage to that barbarian, depending on their level. They're fine, okay? You know, but this is one of those things where, when like a barbarian named Smith who survived a mini nuke, that's it. This is one of those times where you know, knowing spells and knowing how they work and, like, you know, getting shit done. this is one of those gross uses. A rogue could possibly take none. So rogues have an ability called Uncanny Dodge that allows them to take no damage if they succeed. Yeah, you can use your reaction to have it. But oh yeah, here it is. When you're subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity save, you only take half the damage. That only takes half the damage. You take no damage if you succeed the saving throw, and only half it you fail. But here's the thing. Like, you still have to roll for all of them. So theoretically, you could, you're probably not going to succeed all of them. I'd be curious what the story reason your wizard would have for doing this. Okay, very simple. All right. I am a wizard. I am at least a 5th level wizard, and I have 2,000 gold worth of powdered diamonds, and I'm preparing to create the Book of Fireballs. All right. Why? Well, because you see, they had gold to burn. So the reason why you would build this book would be to send to the big bad. Okay, you give this to the big bad, you send it to them. Maybe the big bad of the campaign is like a big church leader or a politician or the local lord or is a vampire. And you send them this book and you inscribe the front of it with some kind of, with some kind of word. All right. And they give that to the big bad. I don't think a DM would allow that in my group. Now, since it moved 10 feet, wouldn't that end the glyph? But here is the thing, okay? You are correct. If the surface or object is moved more than 10 feet from where you cast the spell, the glyph is broken and the spell ends without being triggered. But what if, for example, you, as a wizard, got into a bag of holding with this book and cast the spell inside of there? Now, the space within a bag of holding is an extra dimensional plane that exists outside of the material plane. So that space within there has not moved. As long as the book is not taken out of that frame of reference, it has not moved 10 feet. And as long as it does not move more than 10 feet away from the bag of holding, then it is still within that space. So you give the bag of holding to somebody and you tell them that there is a book inside that you would like them to read. At that point, you let them read, you let them open it up, you vamoose 30 feet back, and then, or 20 feet back, and then when they open it up, it goes off. Believe me, this one is one that I have thought on, because there's that whole, like, coffee lock thing. Bag of holding puts a book in it and a note with a cookie to the big bad. More inside recipe book. Yes. So there's I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. All right, so yeah, all right, here it is. Here's one of the most broken builds of all time. All right, is this, no, this isn't the, is it this one? Yeah, the Power Gaming Munchkin. Okay, here it is. Yeah, for those unaware, a coffee lock has infinite spell slots level 5 and below. All right, so this is achieved by having 3 levels in Warlock and at least 2 levels in Sorcerer. At this level, you can convert Warlock spell slots into sorcery points. So here's the thing. A Sorcerer gets a really sick ability. We just talked about this on the on the stream the other day when we were discussing OneD&D, but they have this ability called flexible casting, which allows them to create spell slots. Okay, now it simply says you can transform, you can expend 1 spell slot and gain a number of sorcery points equal to the spell slot's level. Okay, so and you can also do that in reverse. You can expend sorcery points to gain 1 spell slot as a bonus action. So at this level, one can convert Warlock spell slots into sorcery points, then convert the sorcery points into temporary spell slots using the Sorcerer's Font of Magic ability. Temporary spell slots only reset only on a long rest, and Warlock spell slots regenerate on a short rest. The Coffee Lock then never needs long rests and simply accrues temporary spell slots by taking a short rest and recovering Warlock slots. The 3rd level Warlock Pact of the Tome Eldritch Invocation Aspect of the Moon states that a Warlock never has to sleep again. So yeah, it's ridiculous. So, okay, to Enforcer's point, if you were just building a character to do this, arguably there's, unless you like went to your DM and said, I'm building a coffee lock, technically speaking, there's not really much they could do to really stop you. That's one of those things where it's like yeah, if you say like, oh, I want to play a coffee lock, that's just mechanical bullshit, and it's really hard to actually pull it off. But if you're actually building your character like I did back in the day when I played a Sorlock, so that I could be a radiant Eldritch Blast machine gun, I mean, I had a fucking, you know, hell of a time building up a character backstory for that one. I mean, shit. His was that backstory was 30 pages long. So, I mean, just depends. Are you able to move? Are you able to move while hiding? What are some things you could do with the Coffee Lock? So the Coffee Lock is all about having infinite spell slots. That's really all it is. Coffee Lock is just about having infinite spell slots. I mean, you could do anything with infinite spell slots, because again, it's all about, you convert your Warlock spell slots into sorcery points, and then you take those sorcery points and turn them into temporary sorcerer spell slots, and then you short rest, which gets you back your warlock spell slots, and you just keep repeating that. And since the invocation known as Aspect of the Moon specifically states that you don't need to sleep and you can spend all 8 hours doing light activity, it means that you don't actually have to short rest. Isn't that the warlock's issue? That is the warlock's issue. A warlock only has 2 spell slots up until a certain level. So I want to say it's level 16 or 17. 11th. They have 3 spell slots at level 11, and then it goes up to 4 at level 17. So they have very limited spell slots for the majority of their character career. So this is about being able to like play a character that has an unending amount of spell slots so that you can just continue casting as many spells as you want. But it very much relies on you not long resting anymore. Okay? That is the core concept. But this is the buy-in. Okay? Your DM has to be okay with the concept of you basically is what is their idea of light activity during a long rest. Okay? Because arguably this could mean that you could really just, if you're just spending that time converting points, then it is what it is. Hawketh is the only one here that actually knows the other, big caveat thing. But I do want to point out, it depends on if your DM looks at them differently. Because here's the thing. A sorcerer's spell casting ability is spell casting spell slots. Okay, the sorcerer table shows how many spell slots you have. The warlock is called packed magic, but it does rules as written say the warlock table shows how many spell slots you have. There is no such thing as packed slots and spell slots. They are all just one spell slot. That's actually why up here it says spell slots. So that is a point that some DMs have tried to make, why they say like, hey, this doesn't work, because packed slots are not the same as spell slots. But the thing is that the sorcerer font of magic simply says expend 1 spell slot and gain a number of sorcery points. It does not say that it is not capitalized. It doesn't say sorcerer spell slot. It doesn't say anything regarding it being sorcerer based spell slots. And the warlock spell slots are not considered packed slots. They are still spell slots. This is a big one. I'm not saying argue with the DM, just interesting. I'm curious what another broken build is. There's plenty out there. There's the Hexblade, not Hexblade Warlock, Hexadin. So if you play, gets even bigger if you use 4 Elemental Monk with meta magic. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. Because the thing about the 4 element monks is that you don't actually get spell slots. It is that you are able to use ki to create spell-like effects. Yeah, that's the only downside to this, is like you are casting spells, but it is it's basically that you're creating spell-like effects. You actually don't get spell slots. No, the other one that I have seen people play up is the Hexadin, is playing as a Hexblade warlock with the Pact of the Blade that allows you to add your charisma to the weapon, that you're able to summon it to your hand. You gain a bonus damage against so you get to curse a creature for a minute, which deals extra damage. You get a proficiency bonus. You get a crit on a 19 or 20, and if you kill them, you gain hit points. And you can also touch a weapon that lacks the two-handed property. When you attack with that weapon, you can add your charisma modifier instead of strength or dexterity. So this means you can max out dexterity for the warlock and the paladin, because they both rely on charisma for their spell casting. Strength could really be your backup, but you could put most of your stuff into constitution in order to just really build into being a good, powerful tank. And then for the paladin, what you want to do is you want to go Oath of Vengeance. And the reason why you want to go Oath of Vengeance is that as an action, you would channel divinity, and it is that you get to pick a creature within 60 feet of you, and they make a wisdom save, or they are frightened, okay? And they're frightened for a minute or until they take damage, and while they are frightened, the creature has 0 speed. And this actually beefs up around... is it this one? Yeah. When you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, you can move up to half of your speed after the attack. Oh wait, no, not that. Where is it? Where's their aura? Where's the other aura? I thought there was. But yeah. So, where the fuck is it? Am I losing my mind? 15th, and this, yeah, no, it is this, yeah. So, but yeah, so basically you just, you're just constantly delivering charisma damage by running up a paladin hexblade warlock multi-class build. The problem is, and this is the point that I want to make about multi-classing, unless you are a number crunching piece of shit that spends time developing the character outside of game more than actually playing them, a multi-class character will never be as good as a single class character played to their fullest, okay? Because the thing you have to consider is at level 7, okay? If I can play a level 7 fighter versus a level 3 something, a level 4 something, I will take the level 7 fighter, because at that point in the campaign, I now have abilities that are designed for 7th level play, instead of having half of my abilities designed for 3rd level play and half of my abilities designed for 4th. So unless you actually know how your build is going to come out in the end, I personally believe that you are better off playing a single class character, just through and through. I found multi-classing confusing on paper, and it got annoying to keep track of without D&D Beyond. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. So, and I agree with you, Hawketh. The characters that I have played over the years, that I have played for story, have often been multi-class characters. So my very first character that not my very first character, but a character that I played for quite some time, the 30 character backstory that's over here, he was a he was a Sorlock. He was a divine soul sorcerer, celestial warlock, and he played that up because he started out as he's a Scourge Azimar. He has it in his blood. That's what made him a divine soul sorcerer. And then he took on a pact with Azrael and became a celestial warlock. So it totally makes sense for him to have that. Where's my boy Ignatius? There he is. So Iggy was a 2nd level wizard and 9th level warlock. He was somebody that did not know he had magic until one day received a pendant that unlocked his sorceress abilities. It was this dragon eye pendant from a red dragon. So he spent some time learning how to manage his spells, and that was what gave him 2 levels of wizardry. But through and through, his spells never developed beyond him learning how to better control his AoE spells, because his sorcery is where he gains his magic. And in fact, when I played him, I played it up that his teachers were telling him, we can't really teach you anything because you kind of like you're not like book grasping stuff, but you can just do this innately. Like, we can't really teach you because we don't know how to teach you. So I do agree, there's ways that you can do it where you build a character multi-classed and actually have them be something, you know, and have it make sense. And a character that I played for 3 years, Cooper the Warforged Bard, he is hands down my favorite character, and he was a glamour bard celestial warlock. And I still to this day love him with all of my heart. But he was a multi-classed, and it made sense because he was trying to find his faith, and he believed in the sovereign host, but then he had these ties to Sune, the god of beauty, or the goddess of beauty. So just one of those things where where like his divinity, his faith started to come out, you know, through time. So it made sense. Oh god, these are notes. Holy shit, I forgot about all this. Hey, there's Mustang, my big horse. Oh man. Now I will say, one of the downsides to play, again, the point I'm making is a 15th level bard was my core skills, because my 5 levels in warlock really didn't account for much at end of game. It was that especially at 18th level, mainly wizard mixed with some cleric or fighter, if I remember correctly. It was cleric though. Ended up making a deal with his Modius to save my friends, and the cleric levels pretty much ended there. I believe if what you're referring to is a multi-class build, that might be the same one as Maelstrom Thunderman, who is a level 2 cleric, is a Tempest cleric wizard, because as a Tempest cleric you get the channel divinity Destructive Wrath, where if you are rolling lightning or thunder damage, you can use channel divinity to deal maximum damage instead. And then if you go into the Order of Scribes wizard subclass, it allows you to change the spell type of any spell that you cast. Right here, when you cast a wizard spell with a spell slot, you can temporarily replace its damage type with a type that appears in another spell in your book. So you could take a fireball, turn it into a lightning or thunderball, and then deal max damage, and instead of having to roll 8d6, all creatures in that area take 48 points of thunder and lightning. Also found out, I can't remember which book it was, but you can in downtime work on earning a proficiency. So the DM gave us like 20 years of downtime. Yes, that is in Tasha's, or no, that's in Xanathar's guide. Downtime activities, training. So, yep, tools, languages, and also, yeah, because it takes a while. Is there any way a cleric warlock could work? Okay. Here's the hard thing about playing cleric warlock. All right. So, cleric's main abilities, a cleric's primary abilities are going to be wisdom and either strength or constitution. Okay? So where is it? Shit, where'd it go? I forget where. Here it is. Oh, actually, was it in a text box? Oh, here it is. No, yeah. Okay, so wisdom. So as a cleric, wisdom should be your highest, followed by strength or constitution. Okay. A warlock, on the other hand, here, we're getting out of book view. There we go. We'll go into info. All right, there we go. So wisdom for a cleric is the highest because that's your spellcasting modifier. Strength or constitution should be your second because clerics are only are full casters, but a lot of their stuff is more based on being up in combat and kind of being tanky. That's why they have that's why they have medium armor and shields. They are in a lot of cases more going to be taking some of those hits, whereas a warlock is charisma first, then followed by constitution. So the problem is that if you want to play a cleric warlock, your spellcasting modifiers are different, and then your secondary skill should be constitution, but that means that your intelligence, your dexterity, and your strength are going to suffer greatly unless you're rolling for stats in front of a DM and they're okay with it. Because unless you're rolling high on everything, you really want to put your biggest foot forwards into wisdom and charisma, and then in my opinion you would have to go, dexterity and constitution, because unless you take something that gives you heavy armor proficiency, like your cleric subclass, like a war cleric or something like that, you need to have high dexterity for your armor class, and you need heavy constitution because a cleric or a warlock is a D8 hit points, and so is a cleric. So you're going to be fairly squishy. So you need to have some armor. You need to have your constitution buffed up. So it's called being MAD, MADD, or multi-ability score. Yeah, MAD, multi-ability score dependent. Since charisma and wisdom are your spellcasting modifiers, you're always going to have one set of spells that is, languishing behind. Because if you play a character with two sets of spells, for example, what about starting, finding out you have sorcery magic, then after a few levels go for something else? Yeah, I've done, I will say, it's like Cooper here, Bard and Warlock is both charisma, which made things very easy for me. But when I played as Iggy, my spells had to be divided up. So So if I was casting a spell as a wizard, so if I casted, say, Magic Missile, I was having to use my intelligence modifier. Even though my charisma is higher, my sorcery spells are listed differently. And that was something that I had to deal with. You know, it was like, oh, cool, like, you know, I can cast Scorching Ray and it does X amount, but like, you know, if I want to cast a different spell, then it's, you know, Magic Missile is a bad example. You're right. Yeah, that is just automatic. But yeah, that's a thing to consider, is that, and granted it was only for the first 2 levels, but like right here, you know, you can see a slight difference. But that's the thing. Playing a character that's mad is kind of rough, because you have to really make sure that you are balancing things well. You're always going to kind of be compensating for something else. All right. Like, say you're a wizard, then story reasons happen, and I wanted to go sorcery. The DM said it did make sense to have that happen, like 6 levels should have started with sorcerer. So Enforcer, to that degree, I would actually just ask your DM if you could just like re-roll your character. There's never a problem in asking your DM if they say like, hey, you should have probably started as a sorcerer. So you shrug your shoulders and you say, okay, cool. Can I just like remake them as a sorcerer? You know, there's no problem with that. It's just, you know, if it works for the 2 of you, then you make it work. All right. I'm gonna answer the rest of these questions so I can get these done and dealt with. They've been sitting in front of me for far too long. All right. No matter how prepared I am, I always get nervous before DMing a game. Does anyone feel this way? Do you have any tips or input to help nerves? Yes, I feel that. No, I too would like tips. Did you see the Pathfinder idea? I don't know. Pathfinder character, though, is sort of interesting. I went with the toxicologist route, and Race gave me a feature from a second class, so I went with Gunslinger to kind of like debuff it. That sounds pretty sick. I don't know enough about Pathfinder. I don't know enough about Pathfinder to make things make sense. Truth be told, like, it sounds like, I just don't know mechanically like how it works. Like, for example, here's my character that I play every other week. His name's Beauregard, and he's a Shuni bard. And I have his main go-to is to cast his Inspire Courage, which is 1 action. It's a cantrip, and it allows me to give my allies and myself a +1 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls and saves against fear effects. And then I roll in with my my Phase Bolt. So, because Phase Bolt is really sick because I get to ignore creatures that are in cover. So, but yeah, I love Bo. He's the best. He's the best little guy. Where's his there he is. Oh no, it's hard to see. Yeah, it's hard to see him. So hard to see. There's my boy. There's my little guy. Wait, can I do this? Ah, there he is. There's Bo. He's the best. If you are curious, if you ever want to know about the life and times of Bo, I don't know actually if I can. I think if I do this, if you ever do want to read the stuff that goes on in my Pathfinder game, I put it over in D&D&Chill in the Discord. There's a button that says excerpts from Bo's journal. That's a thread I have in there detailing every session that I've played as Bo from his perspective in a journal. So all right, so back to answering questions. No matter how prepared I am, I'm always nervous. Wait, what does Cece say? Slightly different. You stream nervous making two. What? You stream nervous making two? Question mark? I don't know. I don't know what that means. So I made a character. I'm just having a hard time deciding between fighting style of 2-weapon fighting or thrown weapon fighting because I have 2 daggers in my underarms that I'm down to throwing, but I also want to keep my proficiency bonus when I attack with my second weapon in a 2-handed attack. Well, do you want to focus on throwing weapons, or do you want to focus on just like the ability to do 2-weapon fighting? Like, do you want to be a ranged character or melee? If you want to build your character as a ranged character, go thrown weapon. If you want to build them as melee, go 2-weapon. Because at the end of the day, you are going to if you want to go 2-weapon fighting, you know, like range will always come up, and you know, unless you're built for range, you're always going to suffer with it. All right, sorry I left to run to Sheets. They have, dude, I just went there. What the fuck? What the dick? Fuck that. Does streaming make me nervous too? No. All right, Enforcer, have a good night, buddy. Enjoy your sleep. All right, so streaming doesn't make me nervous because I don't pay attention to streaming while I'm running D&D. It started at 12. Motherfucker! I put $20 of gas into my card just tonight. Motherfucker. Damn it. All right, well, I'll have to stop before I go to work tomorrow. Motherfucker. But no, I don't get nervous while streaming D&D because I don't pay attention to it. It is the farthest thing from my mind when I'm streaming 99% of the time. You know, there's those moments where, you know, somebody says something and it's like, haha, TOS, like, you know, don't say you're going to kill yourself or something like that. But, I just don't pay attention. Like, streaming doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me knowing that, like, there's a handful of people that might be watching it, or that people might watch it in the future. Because at the end of the day, I'm not... I have never streamed for the benefit of the audience. I have streamed for the benefit of being able to watch back the streams, to reference stuff, and to have stuff accountable. Okay? That is the main reason why I started streaming. It's great that there is a handful of people out there that like to watch it, or that might come by and watch it, and I do appreciate those people, but I don't stream those sessions for their sake. I stream it for the players and for myself. So no, that doesn't make me nervous. What makes me nervous as a DM is that I regularly face the question of, is today's session going to be enough? And is today's session going to be fun? Okay, because that's all that matters. Is it fun for the players, and is there enough to keep them interested? But unfortunately, that doesn't really go away unless you front load a shit ton of sessions, or unless you're in a scenario where your next session structure is kind of predetermined. So for example, when the party in P5 got to the boat that Tarbin was being kept on, and then you guys were like, okay, you know, we're gonna storm the ship, and it was like, okay, at that point, you know, it's like at that point, that's where we're cutting. And I knew the next session, I already had the NPCs and the enemies already mapped out on the maps. I knew the things that I had to know, and I wasn't worried about that session. But like last session, which was when you guys were gonna go to Aubrey's, and then you wanted to go and talk to him about certain things, and then you guys wanted to go over and talk to Galio over at the House of Thalavar. Those kind of sessions, I don't know what all is going to go on. I don't know how long certain scenes are going to last. Is it going to be you guys go in and it's like a quick trip to Aubrey's where I basically say like, okay, here's the items, none of you guys want them, so you guys leave, and you know, maybe, you know, me has a little bit of a chat with him about something, and then you guys go over to Galio, and now I have to have, you know, more of Galio stuff prepped up. I get nervous before every session. One of the things though is that I get nervous like the day after a session, because the problem is that since I run 3 games and I run 2 games on the same weekend, I'm constantly in this state of mind outside of running D&D where my mind is going, hey, have you thought about D&D yet? What are you gonna do on this next session there? And it's like, you know, anytime that I'm doing something that's not D&D related, my mind slips into this thing where it goes, you should be doing D&D things, because if you don't, you're not gonna be prepared. And then I get nervous and I freak out, and then I'm like diving into books and like trying to pull up every resource that I have and going through PDFs of like, you know, what would make this cool and interesting. And then what I end up doing as a result of that is I put too much into it and I start overloading what's going on, and then it becomes too much, and it's just this like terribly vicious cycle. So yes, I do get nervous before, you know, DMing a game. The only tip that I have to help nerves is to just understand that if your players are coming back to the table week after week after week, or they're coming back to play, you know, whatever your frequency is, and at the end of the set, you know, if through the session, at the end of the session, you're getting people laughing and talking about the session, and you know, a message here or there outside of the game where it's like, you know, hey, this was really cool, or to hear how like my library players, you know, two of the people that play in my library group are brother and sister, and two of them are a couple. So I find it so fun to know that the brother and sister, when they go home and they're with, you know, when they have family gatherings and they're asked, like, you know, like, what are you guys doing? They say, like, oh, we play D&D together. And, like, you know, and they talk about their characters. And, you know, the two of them that are in a couple, they talk about, you know, the game with their friends, and their friends want to join. And that, to me, is one of those things that helps my nerves, is like, yes, I'm really glad that people enjoy playing D&D, and I'm glad that I'm able to run an enjoyable game. But I do personally think that it is the fact that I, as a person, live in a constant state of self-imposed inadequacy on my skills and my perceived value of others that allows me to push to make sure that they are as good as they can be. I never like to say that I never like to take credit for running fun games, because to take credit for the games, one, in my opinion, is to devalue the player's input, because the players are what makes the game. But it's because you know, if I ever start to feel comfortable that I'm able to run a fun game, I will start to slow down in my ability to, like, push myself to run a fun game. Okay, you know, I look at how I work outside of D&D, you know, in my professional job, where I'm comfortable in my role, I know what I have to do, and therefore I become more laissez-faire about it. But in D&D, I'm constantly stressed and on the edge that I'm not going to run a fun game, so I try and do everything I can to run the best games that I can. But you do credit. I don't believe that, and that's something you can't convince me of. That's in my own head. I don't care. The words that you say there, I read them, I understand them in that order. You cannot convince me of that, because my mind won't let it happen. It's who I am as a person. If I take credit for a game being good, then in my mind I have devalued the players. It is in my mind the players deserve the credit for a campaign, because it is through their continued playing that the game I am able to run exists. So the players deserve the credit in my mind. You can't convince me otherwise, and I just don't even try. But yeah, I just personally don't have, like, really good tips to give about helping nerves, because I live in a constant state of stress. So I don't have that. It's, you know, I guess if anything, I guess I'll put this. Oh, nope. It is what it is. That's it. Okay? All you have to do is prep as much as you think you have to, and just run what you can and make up what you have to. At the end of the day, it is what it is. So there you go. All right. Last question for the night. Well, at least from that list. Nope, don't care. We'll see it the other way. Without DM offering a story to play, there isn't anything. Actually, I don't believe that. I believe that that's a two-way street. Players could get together and collaboratively come up with a story just on their own. That does not need a DM. That's called campfire stories. Okay, each one of you coming up with a bit of a story between yourselves. That's what started all of this. But a DM can also write a story without character input. That's called writing a book. Okay, it's where the two of those streets meet. It's where two of those streets meet, where D&D exists. Would you be able to look at your what character? And also, what do you want me to look at them about? Because if this is the same character that you've had a number of times, I mean, I don't know what else I'd be able to say. Or is this your rogue fighter? Is this who you are talking about? Okay. Is that Aoifeinn? Aoifeinn? because ANN in Irish, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that or yeah, the Afin. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, AOI would be A, and then BHEANN, and yeah, Veen. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Didn't I have some homebrew? No, it was more there's like plenty of homebrew out there. But I can always talk about that on another day. All right, so I'll pull them up, but first I want to answer this last question here. What sort of notes do you wish / expect your players to take? In my mind, I imagine notes that might be shared or good for recaps. And I guess the converse, as a player, what details do you keep track of? I guess a bit different than notes that might be shared with others, but player character specific. All right. So the kind of notes that I wish players would, or that I wish or expect players to take. I would like if players remember NPC names and roles. Okay, for example, if I introduce a character named Tobin Stonehill, the owner of the Stonehill Inn, 5 sessions from now, I would really hope that if I say, oh yeah, that's old, yeah, that's like something like Tobin, that you guys aren't gonna be like, well, who the fuck is Tobin? It's like, well, he's the owner of the inn that you guys went to. Oh, it's one of those things. So NPC names and roles, like try and just like, if I'm going to put in the effort to remember your characters and your characters' backstories to any amount of degree, at least remember who the NPCs are that you guys meet and what they do. Okay, that's one aspect. I would appreciate it if you remember or keep notes on the quest and adventures that you are on. Okay, this could be the main quest, this would be side quests, this would be rumors. Okay, like, know what your main quest is. Okay, or you know what, sorry, main quest, side quests, personal quests, that was the other one I was trying to remember. Know what the main thing your party is doing right then, there, in the moment. Okay, like, why is Phandalin 5 trying to get the why is Phandalin 5 trying to get the Phandalinians to Lylon? Well, that is because Phandalin was destroyed by the Black Dragon cult. Why was the Black Dragon cult attacking Phandalin? Well, Phandalin was targeted because, they were looking for an egg. Okay? Why do you guys have it? Why was this egg? Well, there was obviously an encounter that the party had that it was one of those things. So, like, just know what quests and adventures you are on. Know what your main quest is. Know what side quests you have. Know what personal quests, and keep track of rumors. Okay? If a DM brings something up, it means that they tangentially have some ability to run that thing, or that the party can go and do that thing. So granted, you might not have a want to do it now, but at least remember that that's a thing, because it may come up later. Take note of when, how can I word this? What's the best way that I can word this. Shit. Oh, I'm thinking. When I was on a stream for D&D, I was bad note-taking player. Now I take notes in character since we did a recap of the previous session as a narrator. Previously on DBZ, yeah. Like, I have a reason not to write down names for character who won't care about the Tavern Keeper's name. It's not being written, even though... And that's the thing, like, I as a DM could want, you know, could sit here and say, like, you know, oh, like, these are all the things that I wish, you know, that I wish you guys as players would do, you know, like, these are the different things that I would want, but, you know, there's no guarantee that, like, that everybody's gonna do it, and I get that. How can I put this one? Just it's so grand and generic, but just general events that happen, like stuff that goes on during your adventure. Just try and remember it to some degree. Like, if there's one thing that I can't stand as a DM, is when stuff happens in game to the party, and then a handful of sessions that's important, and then a handful of session later you reference back to that and you have somebody says, when did that happen? And it's like, it happened, you know, 7 sessions ago. And granted, that's 3.5 months, but, like, you know, maybe take a note or two, because maybe writing it down will help you remember. So I don't know. I like I said, in my opinion, I think some of the more important things to keep note of is just, like, keep track of stuff that happens, you know, like, keep track of NPCs, okay? NPCs are something that a DM is often going to recall on, especially if you're playing in a small town or, like, in a small region. You're probably going to have the same NPCs popping up every now and again. Keep track of the quests that the DM is putting in front of you. Figure out, you know, like what it is you guys want to do, and if you can do multiple things at once, because you never know what the side quests are going to lead to. You know, it could be something tied to the story, it might not be. Keep track of the general events that happen. Like, if something big happens, just kind of take note of it. But here's the thing. As a player, I know what it's like to not, you know, want to sit there and write down every little bit of information. You know, that's one of those things. Like, I remember when playing through Rime of the Frost Maiden, my buddy Kevin took gratuitous notes. Okay, he wrote down store names, he wrote down tavern owners and shop owners, he wrote down their names, like what some of the stuff that they've done. He wrote down quest logs, he wrote down questions that were asked and answers that were given. Like, he wrote down who got what items whenever stuff was being bought and sold. He took down he took down notes of pictures of things that were found, of you know, various things, okay, little bits and pieces of details that were involved with characters, okay. Like, I'm looking through some of his notes from back then. He wrote down Perilou, the acolyte of Yolanda, famed as a creator of all halflings, matriarch of the halfling Patreon and race. Perilou was a character that the party rescued from Kelvin's cairn that they dropped off in the town of Termaline. Okay, now when they traveled back to Termaline, if anyone would have remembered that was the town that they dropped Perilou off in, they would have had an NPC contact in that town that they would have been able to get information from, that they would have had some connection to. But unfortunately, nobody remembered that, or nobody pulled out that, little bit of information. So it just kind of, died at that point, that little bit of information. I also, and I'll put this one here, specific, oh my God. Specific things tied to your character. This is the other thing. If I tell you as a player, if you are a bard and I tell you that you are able to perform at a tavern and make some money, and the equation that we are going to use for that is you can earn, an amount of gold or an amount of silver equal to 1.5 times your proficiency bonus number of D, whatever, like if it's a small town, it'd be like a D4. If it's a medium-sized town, it's a D6, a large town, a D8. So if your performance score is a +4, then on any given night, you can perform in a tavern, and when you perform, you make a performance check, okay? And if you succeed, you make a number of silver equal to 1.5 times 4d6 if you're in a medium-sized town, okay? If that's the information that I give you, write that down, because I'm probably not going to remember that by the next time that you do that. And this is where that is one thing that I do rely on players to remember or to write down. Okay, for example, in Rime of the Frost Maiden, the party gets a discount at Black Iron Blades because they helped them gather up some ore that was being stolen from them. I rely on my players to remember that they get that discount and that somebody should have that in their notes, and luckily somebody does, and that's Aaron. Okay, but that's the kind of note that I want players to remember, is specific things that are kind of like minutia but that matter, because I'll write it in my notes but I might not always remember that. So yeah, there you go. In Converse, as a player, what details do I keep track of? I keep track of mostly everything, but that's because I'm a DM. Okay. To go in and see the excerpts of Bo, the stuff that in there is the kind of stuff that I keep track of, is the events that happen to my character and the events that happen to my allies. Now the thing is that the notes, the journal entries you see in there are not the notes I write. Those are the journal entries that I write after the fact. Okay? Because when I sit and write notes, I don't sit and write them. I don't always sit and write them from Bo's perspective exactly the way that I narrate them. For example, here we go. So for example, the notes that I wrote on, I wonder if I can I don't know if I can bring this up. No, that would just bring up Discord. Okay, yeah, I can't do that. So the notes in Bo's journal, so the excerpt from Bo's journal, I'm just going to read a little bit of it. It says, Actually, let me start up here. Yeah, I'll start up here. I'll start session 5 or entry 5. The tale I weave for you today is laden with battles fierce and grand. Jesus Christ. The tale I weave for you today is laden with battles fierce and wonders grand. It began with a curious discovery in the room of the slain Cinder Rat, where I noticed peculiar water that might hold a hint of magic. Miss Ella and Cassia were inspecting the spots where the earth and air orbs would have been, for not though, as Miss Ella reasoned, they would be dormant for years to come. A mysterious inscription caught Cassia's attention, an echo of a long-gone era. With Trevia's fluency in Dwarven, she unlocked the message. Zarmavdian, a name as old as the town of Otari, a wizard remembered in tales for his masterful grasp over divination and elemental magics. As they continued their investigation, I narrated the tales I've heard of Zarmavdian. That is not what I wrote. So what I wrote was, in my notes, after dealing with the Cinder Rat, I decided to scoop up some of the water on the ground since I believe it might have some unknown magical properties. Miss Ella and Cassie investigated where the earth and air orbs would have been. Miss Ella discerned that these things were inert and wouldn't be active for some years. Cassia found a dwarven inscription on a small altar. Trevia translated it, revealing it was talking about a dwarven wizard named Zarmavdian. I've heard stories of this wizard, one of the founders of Otari, and a specialist in divination magics. I explained this to the others as they continued investigating. So I'm writing this from Bo's perspective, but in a slightly more direct way, okay? Because I'm having to type this as the session is going on. So I'm having to, like, pay attention to what's happening in game, and then at the same time typing up what my character is doing, what the rest of the character is doing. And then after all of that, that is when I go in and actually write up the actual full scenes of how Bo, who is a bard, would have written them. So, you know, I try and do what I can. There is obviously stuff that I miss, and there are times where I have to go back and, like, I might miss something. So for example, that whole scene with Zarmavdian, okay, I heard the guy running, the guy who's running it, I heard him say Zarmavdian, but I didn't, like, grasp that name. So as we continued on, and, you know, I asked, you know, if Bo would, you know, could roll a history check to, or if any of us could roll a history check, then I, you know, this way I could just, I put in there, like, name. I went back and I said, what was the name of that? And he's Zarmavdian. Okay, cool. I just put it in my notes. But when I used to play in the old campaign, that was my buddy Justin's campaign that I kept notes of, in that it was only bullet points. That was all it ever was, and I have every single one of those. I have every note that I ever took from all of those sessions. And again, those ones are far more, those ones were far more just like straight bullet points. Here we go. Let's see some notes. All right, we'll look at session 20. Broke out of cell, Bastion fell in trap. The group reached Azazel and removed his mask to reveal no face. The group then headed out to a forge-like room. A man made of fire appeared and claimed he used to be the captain of the ship. His name was Adam, and he said he used to use the ship to transport a phoenix. He told us that the next room housed the phoenix in a pit of fire. Our Arctis manned the crank to get us across. Oh damn, there's the Phoenix. Killed the Phoenix, now a fucking Sphinx. What do you keep after... Oh, it was the riddle. What do you keep after giving it to somebody? Your word. Bastion got a sword that hurt him. Raimi found a new magic item. We moved on to the bathroom and Arctis found a dagger. Entered a room with 40 goblins having a party. There was a drinking contest that we all lost. We went to rest. We headed to the upper deck. We sailing on a river of fire. Marcus and a group of undead attacked us. We killed them asses. Captain Key arrived. Karen arrives and gets us out of limbo. The Dream Man Adam shows up. That was notes from a session. Okay? Those were the notes that I wrote back then. And it was all super straightforward, you know, like simple notes as best as I could while we played. You know, and I found better ways of doing it, but this was also whenever we used to play in person, so there was a lot of times where it was just like, you know, we were all just very invested in one another. I want to keep track of everything, but I found it somewhat more interesting having notes in, say, my character's perspective. Now, if I know I'm taking keen mind, I write everything down. Yep, that is very true. One of my favorite feats for character growth, I took it on my pirate. Was a pirate captain, artificer, necromancer, wizard. I'd plans to build a pirate fleet, and if you died, it was fine. I'd just bring you back. That's basically Jared's character. Notice mapped out the world, so I took Keen Mind. Used my magical tinkering to build a hologram map. Nice. Nice. That's sick. That's fucking badass. Yeah. Keen Mind is great. Keen Mind is great. All right. So yeah. As a player, as much as I can, I don't really have a better answer. How is proficiency calculated again? It is a list that is in it's a list right here. That is how it's calculated. Like the DM was scared of me taking Keen Mind since he didn't want to give me notes. No, wait, what do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Oh. Yeah. I like Keen Mind, especially if you're playing a like you know, if you're playing like a bard or a wizard or a note taker. Like a lore bard, Keen Mind is really great because it totally makes sense that they would have it. So, also for hunter trackers, because of the whole, like, you know which way is north, you know how many hours are left kind of thing. Like when you look at D&D Beyond, there's proficiency bonus, movement speed, initiative, and AC. Yes. Proficiency bonus, movement speed, initiative, and AC. I don't know what you mean by how is proficiency bonus calculated. Because as it says, characters have a proficiency bonus detailed in Chapter 1. And in Chapter 1, there's a section called Beyond First Level that has the proficiency bonuses. For example, where it says proficiency bonus on the top layer, it says I have +3. Meanwhile, in the proficiency page, it obviously does its own thing depending on stat allocation. Okay, so what is your question? Are you asking how does it determine your skill proficiency bonuses? Or are you asking how is this square up here that says proficiency bonus calculated? I'm going to move this character sheet over here so I can full screen it. Like, what are... I don't fully grasp the square. Okay. So, this square is calculated by this list. You are level 5, which means you have a +3 to proficiency bonus. That is it. I mean, like, I know there is a math equation that it does do it, but it is hyper complicated, and it's not really worth losing sleep over. So on top of what I'm good at with my stats, the extra proficiency bonus is just added on top of that with stuff that you are proficient with. Okay, so looking at your character here. All right, so your character is all of these things at all times. Okay, so let's look at a random character. We'll create a random one. We're going Aarakocra Ranger. His name is Scudge. All right, and what I'm gonna do is he ain't gonna have shit. I'm not gonna choose any of his proficiencies. Okay, we're gonna take away his he just shouldn't have racial proficiencies. We're gonna take away his proficiencies from his background. We're gonna give him a custom background and not have anything on it. Okay. So with this character right now, and we're gonna take away, we're gonna say he's not proficient with that and he's not proficient with this. Okay, so looking at this character right now without proficiencies, okay, this character has a +2 in dexterity, a +2 in wisdom. Okay, yes, so 1 + 4 times so here's the two equations. All right, here's the two equations. 2 plus your total level minus 1 divided by 4 rounded down, or 1 plus your total level divided by 4 rounded up. Okay, those are the equations. Those are the two equations to figure it out. You pop your level into there, and then you add 1 and you round it up. That figures out proficiency. But you don't need to worry about that because they put up a giant fucking chart in the player's handbook that says, hey, you're level 6, you get a +3. You're level 11, you get a +4. You don't ever have to worry about how to figure that out. But how it works into your character sheet is that without proficiencies, your character is only as good as your ability scores. When you go in and become proficient with stuff, Yeah, one exactly. Well, you know what? You know what's the easier one? So I don't have to bother with it. So when looking at this character, okay, these black dots on here show something that you are proficient in. Okay, this is saying, hey, with animal handling, you're okay. You have a +1 to animal handling because it's based on your wisdom. That's why it says WIS there. So you're not bad at it. You know, you get a little bit of an okay thing because you have basic +1 wisdom. That also helps you with reading people on insight, and that also helps with medicine. Okay, but when it comes down to acrobatics, this is taking your dexterity score and adding your proficiency bonus because you are proficient in acrobatics. You have a proficiency with acrobatics. So this number, dexterity, which is right here, plus your proficiency bonus gives you the +6. And same with deception. You have expertise, which means that you get to add this number twice. So since deception is based on charisma, and your charisma is a +2, it's 2 plus proficiency again because of that double circle, that expertise, which is something that you would have picked right here, stealth and deception. So that is how you figure out, you know, what it is. I've had this up and I just haven't looked at it until now. So I have not talked about your character yet. I've only just had it up. Ooh. My back. So itchy. I'd have the worst time using a paper sheet since Beyond does all the calculations. There's so I'll be straight up with you. When I started playing D&D, you know, nearly 10 years ago now, I used paper sheets, okay? And I sat there with the player's handbook and tried to learn every little bit about how things were decided, okay? And the thing that I did immediately, and I mean immediately, upon trying to learn how to do it with a paper sheet, was I went to Google and I typed in D&D character sheet PDF, and I pulled this shit up and then found ones that said like fill out, so that I could go in and it would do the math for me. Okay? Like, I knew if I sat down and read the player's handbook, it would explain it to me. But if I could have a computer do it, it'd be a lot easier. So that's what I did. And then when D&D Beyond came out, I was like, everybody should be using this because it makes life so much simpler. But again, if you actually just want to know what, you know, what the different things are and how to determine that stuff, you just need to go in to the player's handbook and, you know, read the steps for creating a character, because for the most part it will explain, you know, the things that you need. Because like right here, for example, proficiency bonus, the table that appears in your class description shows your proficiency bonus, and I will point that out as well. Every character class box shows your proficiency bonus, and it's the same one for everyone, so it's always the same. Okay, but attack rolls using weapons with your proficient, get that bonus. Attack rolls with spells you cast, get that bonus. Ability checks with skills and tools that you're proficient in, get that bonus. Saving throws you're proficient in. So again, yes, but so Stacy, you never had to learn that. That is because you have had a tool to do that. My question there is that a bad thing? Okay, because there's a lot of people out there that never had to learn how to hand crank an engine. Okay, you go in a car, you turn a key over, and it just starts. All right. You never had to learn how to go up and, you know, make sure that somebody was pressing on the brake so that you could go up and hand crank an engine. But, you know, you could learn that skill. You could learn old skills. You can go to the grocery store and buy a fork. You never had to learn how to go out and, like, you know, hunt down iron and how to smelt it and how to forge it and how to make tools and utensils. You have that tool that can do it for you. Okay, you never had to learn that. You could, if you wanted to, you could go and hunt down those skills and hunt down that knowledge if you so chose, but it's not necessary. So that's in my opinion why I say, like, it's not a bad thing to just rely on D&D Beyond. It's a tool that's there to figure that out, you know. But, you know, that's why I also say that from, like, back in the day, if you really want to learn how the math is done, wherever the fuck it went, probably not even be able to find it now. Yeah, I don't know. Oh wait, yeah, that's why, because I'm not on, it's Google Sheets. It's Google Sheets, character sheet. You know, this was how I learned it. Okay, you know, like, how do you figure these things out? I had to learn it to make a form fillable spreadsheet for my players to make their lives easier. This is something that I spent time learning to do because I wanted it to be easier for my friends. I don't think there are many DMs that would insist on paper sheets. Only older players at this point. Like people, yeah, you know, like people who go back on the good old days. I mean, I'm personally, like, when I started playing with the people at the library, I specifically told them, I was like, I don't care if you guys want to use paper sheets or digital sheets while we play. What's up, Bobicus? But I told my players at the library, I was like, I don't care if you want to have a paper character sheet or a digital character sheet, but I absolutely want you to have a digital character sheet available that you are updating so that I can keep track of it. Otherwise, I want you to hand me your paper character sheet at the end of every session so that I can keep track of it and so that I know what everything on it is. And it's not even because, like, I want to make sure that they're not cheating, but it's more because I want to be able to reference it. All right, in between sessions, I want to be able to see the stuff that's on it. Some of it is that I want to make sure people aren't cheating, but, you know, that's why I go in and you know, export every one of my players' sheets to a PDF after every session. So, but, you know, but to that degree, it's just up to the player to say, like, I want a paper sheet, you know, because, like, paper sheets aren't bad. They you know, they look all right. And again, something like this that you can actually go in and type on, like, this is definitely manageable. But, like, I like the ones where you could type in down here, like, you know, 15, and it would automatically, you know, change this +3 to a +2, and it would change all of these. There are forms out there like that. Ooh, my neck. All right, I'm gonna review Oh, come on, get out of there. Or review this character before Azzy has a conniption. All right, you have a strong preference for physical paper sheets. I definitely think there is like a, traditionalist thing about them. They have a special place in my heart. All right, so Thrykreen, my god, my ear popped while I was saying that. Thrykreen Rogue Fighter. So are you a swashbuckler? Oh. Okay. You are a level 5 character with 35 hit points. Oh, I saw a thief. I saw it when I scrolled down. Okay. 2-weapon fighting, so you get to add the damage to your second attack. You have action surge. You can deal extra damage to a creature that you hit. Thief, yep. You increased your charisma and dexterity. I'm not gonna lie, this is the thing that I'm not getting, is the charisma increase. Like, that is kind of the thing that's getting me. Smooth talker criminal is what you're going on. Okay, so if you want to go smooth talker criminal, let me offer the suggestion of the swashbuckler subclass. Okay. Now, granted, this is more of a combative style character concept early on, where when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, they can't attack you back for the rest of your turn. You can also sneak attack a creature if you're the only one within 5 feet of them. But at 9th level, you get the ability Panache. Your charm becomes extraordinarily beguiling. As an action, you can make a persuasion check contested by a creature's insight. The creature must be able to hear you, and the two of you must share a language, which you have telepathy, so you don't have to worry about that nearly as much. If you succeed on the check and the creature's hostile to you, it has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you and can't make opportunity attacks against creatures other than you, and this lasts for a minute. If you succeed and the creature isn't hostile towards you, it is charmed by you. So, go for someone who can still do their thiefy shit in part or some, not really charming, but able to de-escalate a situation. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're going for. mean, Thief is fine. I personally just was never really too crazy about Thief. I mean, I don't know. It's just a me thing. Like, getting to do, like, use your tools or use an object as cunning action is good if you have a magic item. The whole climbing thing is fine. And then you can still move around at half your... Or you can still, you get advantage on stealth checks is nice. But, like, I don't know. Personally, was never huge into the thief subclass. I think it's fairly lacking. Because even once you get up here into, like, the higher levels, like, this one relies on your DM really putting forward magic items. I'm going for cunning action hide as bonus action. Skulker feet. Take the skulker feat as soon as you can then. Because cunning action is great, but skulker allows you to hide while lightly obscured. Okay, because here's the thing. If you want to take the hide action, so when you take the hide action, you make a stealth check to attempt to hide. Follow the rules in chapter 7 for hiding, which we'll pull up here in a second. If you succeed, you gain certain benefits as described in unseen attackers. You have camouflage. Where do you have camouflage? You have a chameleon carapace, which gives you advantage on this, but it does not mean that you are guaranteed to hide from a creature. Okay? So just keep that in mind. You do still have to roll. So here it is. The DM decides when the circumstances are appropriate for hiding. When you try to hide, make a stealth check. Until you are discovered or you stop hiding, the check's total is contested by the perception check of any creature that actively searches for you. Otherwise, it goes against their passive perception. So if a creature has a passive perception higher, so you have a +9 to stealth and advantage. Okay, so let's look at it this way. The average of what you can roll on a d20 is a 10.5. When you roll with advantage, you increase that average by 5, and then you add 9 on top of that. So I will agree, you are looking at an average of 24 stealth. Tack onto that, if you can somehow get it, the ability to cast Pass Without Trace, or taking a magic item such as the Cloak of Elven Kind, which likewise gives you advantage on perception or on stealth checks. Okay, there are plenty of ways to build up characters. To build up a stealth-based character. For example, my the rogue in my library game has a +11 and has advantage on certain. It doesn't show up on there, but has a Ring of Shadow that allows them to cast Pass Without Trace. Technically, average would be around. Oh, don't even, Hawketh. The commonly accepted average of advantage is an additional 5. That's what I've always gone with. Yeah, I think, yeah, you are right that it's 13.8, like, mathematically, but I've always gone with I've always gone with 5. But yeah, so again, I'm not. I mean, I'm always gonna be pedantic, and I'm always gonna play devil's advocate here. Fucking yeah. But I'm always gonna play devil's advocate, Azzy. But here's the thing. Here's the biggest thing to consider. The DM decides when circumstances are appropriate for hiding. You would have to play this character as somebody who really stays in the back, and like very rarely ever goes up front in front of people. Okay, because the moment that you attack while you are hidden, you lose the hidden trait. Okay, because unseen attackers is basically what you're doing. Okay, when you attack a creature that you can't see, you have disadvantage, blah 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 blah. So if you are hidden, both unseen and heard, when you make an attack, you give away your location when the attack hits or misses. Wait, the name is familiar. Was I in a stream of yours? Wait, what? Yeah, Hawkith. You were arguing with Hawkith in the Discord last night. But I do highly recommend that if you do play this character and you get to the point where you can take a feat, take Skulker, okay? Because here's the thing. If you are just out and about in no cover whatsoever, you can't really hide from a creature, okay? This is the main thing. If you were just out in a field fighting a gnome, fighting like a group of goblins, you actively cannot hide from them unless you have something to hide behind. Now, for example, a gnome has the ability, because they are small, they have the, or wait, no, it's not, wrong gnome. Rock gnome. They have the ability to, or wait, what the fuck? Where is it? Wait, what's the one am I thinking of? Oh, Hawkith, remind me if I'm, it's, or is it Deep Gnome? No, can't remember. There's one where it's like you can hide behind other creatures that are a size larger than you. I can't remember off the top of my head what it is anymore. Might be, oh, you know what? Actually, I think it's Halfling. Yes. Here it is. Naturally stealthy. You can attempt to hide even when you're obscured only by a creature that's at least one size larger than you. So, as a Thri-kreen, you are a medium-sized creature that is out there in front of everyone. You are definitely going to have a lot of attention, and you're not really going to be able to hide unless you have something to obscure yourself with. Now, Skulker definitely gives you that ability, because if it's raining or it's foggy, or you throw up a cloud of dirt on the ground as like a bonus action or something like that, or as an action, as like an object interaction where you like take a little pack of powder in your pocket, like maybe a thing of baby powder, and like throw it out in front of an enemy, or pocket sand. That becomes lightly obscured. You can then attempt to hide. Also, while you're hidden and attack with a ranged weapon and miss, it doesn't reveal your position. That's at 4th level. Yeah, you'd be able to grab that when you level up your rogue one more time. And then yeah, Skulker, the dim light doesn't impose disadvantage on perception, but that's whatever. So 100%, that's what I would take. The only other one that's even kind of slightly, a little bit better than that, is Shadow Touch, but that's just because it gives you invisibility, and that's just a good spell to have. But Skulker is 100% what you want to get to really take this one step further, and then possibly grabbing Magic Initiate, because if I'm not mistaken, I think, no, it's second level. Shit, I was wrong. Yeah, if you get anybody in your party that can snag Pass Without Trace, that gives you a +10 to stealth checks. So if you have a druid, a ranger, what else we got? Trickery cleric, a shadow monk, a Demir operative, really anybody. Mark of human passage, or human mark of passage is an option. Mark of shadow. Any one of those options is going to give you Pass Without Trace, and that just gives you a +10 bonus to any stealth check that you make, which is what the rogue in my campaign does all the time. The average, but here's the thing, it's everyone that you choose within 30 feet of you. So it's good that the rogue has the ability, Circle of Dreams Druid, yeah. It's good that the rogue gets a really high stealth check, but if you're trying to do anything that's stealthy in order, like with the party, then your paladin that's wearing heavy armor that gets disadvantage on stealth checks because of their heavy armor, you want them to be buffed at some point as well. So again, somehow grabbing Pass Without Trace is always a benefit if you want to play a very, very, very stealthy character. And then yes, like Hawketh said, you get a +5, which I think comes in, yeah, here it is, 6th level, while within the sphere of the gloaming court, you get a +5 to stealth. So, yep, all kinds of shits. Finish up my shower. All right. So, I mean, honestly, it's not a bad character. The only thing that I would maybe recommend is doing that. Okay? That's the only recommendation I'm gonna make. Because if you look at this right now, you're getting a +2 to charisma and a +1 to constitution. But if you adjust this down to 13 and you adjust this up to 14, you're still getting a +2 to charisma, but now you're getting a +2 to constitution. Okay, because again, you go up a modifier every time you hit an even number on your ability score, and that bumps your hit points up from 35 to 40. And you're also not having to take any kind of penalty to your charisma. Okay? So that's definitely the first thing that I would do. I would also drop your dexterity down to a 14, because even with your modifier, because with your bonuses, you still have a 16, which is giving you a +3. Then you can bump up your strength to a 10, meaning you won't have any negative modifiers going into this character. I think you're adjusting your character at the same time I am. What the fuck happened here? Yeah, there, and then over to there. There we go. Okay. So, the stat thing is that for every even ability score, your modifier goes up by 1. So anytime, so I'm gonna reset this character to the way that it was a second ago. All right. So looking at it right here, I'm gonna zoom in to make things a little easier to see. So right here, you have 3 ability scores that are an odd number. Dexterity's at a 17, Constitution's at a 13, and Charisma's at a 15. So this means that if we knock down your Dexterity down to a 16, you still get a +3 to that. Okay? That means that you can take this Strength, which is at an 8, and because going from 14 to 15 costs 2 points, because that's point buy for you, we can now bump up your Strength so that it's not a negative modifier. And then we can take away 1 point from Charisma, because that's not going to change its +2 modifier, and we can bump up Constitution, giving you a +2 in there, meaning that your hit points will go up, because your Constitution modifier determines the bonus to your hit points. Every time your character levels up, you get these hit die as their average, and then you add your Constitution modifier to that. So the average of a D8 is going to be 5, and the average of a D10 is going to be 6. Okay, so you're going to get this 5. Your Charisma was at a 15, and your Constitution was at a 13 whenever I first pulled this up. Now they're both at 14 after I went in and changed them, because I bumped up your Constitution and then I dropped your Dexterity by 1 from 17 to 16 so that I could bump up your Strength by 2 from 8 to 10. So now you don't have any negative modifiers. Now your Athletics is not a -1. Oh, that's fine. I'll go back and change them. Like I said, I'm just trying to show you. I'm just trying to show you, you know, the. But I will gladly put them back to the way that you had them. There you go. This is what I pulled up this character sheet as. When I pulled up this character sheet, this is what it looked like. So, like I said, I have no problem putting it back the way that I found it. I'm just trying to show you what I would do to get that slight edge on those ability scores. Because I think if you're not actively playing this character yet, you know, it's all theory. So, but that's what I would do. Also, you're in my campaign. I'll do whatever I want to your character. You're getting it all from me anyway. Other than that, I mean, like I said, other than adjusting your ability scores to like give yourself some more hit points, and bumping up the Strength, I mean, it looks fine. This is fine. I mean, like, I personally don't ever fill these out anymore, just because I prefer when people just, do the characters. No. What people don't realize is that I will go in and make copies of people's characters just to edit them and optimize them more fully. Born with a name that means elegant beauty and peace. The irony stuck. Her people were seen as less than dirt. Never had enough food or money. She can get herself caught and ratted out by her family. She is imprisoned and tortures. No one else would. Optimized Luna ends up being a completely different character. Yeah, because mechanically it's different from building them up as you've gone along over years to build them into somebody. Man, I gotta say, based on these personality traits and flaws, and ideals, man, I know a lot of the characters I have played over time would not want to travel with them. Apathetic and a loner, not affected by others and greedy. I don't know. It's a personal thing, truthfully. Character quality, personality traits like that. I don't care much for playing with people that play characters that are, especially this word, loner. If you are a loner, why are you in a group? Starting out as a baddie. See, that's the thing. I mean, and again, this is all personal. It's all personal. Do your own thing, play in your own games. Like, you know, it's between you and your DM. I do not let people play evil characters in my games. Like it says, those who do whatever they can get away with without compassion or qualms. I don't like evil characters, you know, because when you play somebody who's apathetic, who's a loner, who's not affected by others, and who is greedy, who is neutral evil, you play a character that a lot of other players do not want to play with, because there should be some shared desire to want to be in a party with other people. And if you're a loner and are acting in ways that are not beneficial to the party, and it's good to have the aspiration that she's getting better, but I would just make sure that, like, her joining the party is where that change is already starting in, like, you know, that's where you should take it in, and like make it that a thing she wants to do is to become better. Because if this character doesn't care or want to become better, then why play the character that way? You know, one of the questions that I always give to my players, like when somebody plays a long-term character in my games nowadays, and I've started doing this like about two and a half years ago, I give them a character backstory outline sheet and I have them fill it out. And the very last question in that, I'm going to pull it up on my side here. The very last question in that is, why do you want to be why does your character want to be a member in an adventuring group? Okay, so the questions that I have, here, the notes, or the questions that I ask players when they're making their characters so that I can get a grasp on them. How does your character learn the skills and abilities they have to become their class? Okay, that's number one. I want to know where your character learned their skills. I want to know, does your character have a family or ties to the world? Because if they don't, what are they actively fighting for? What was your character doing before they became an adventurer? Okay, what was their previous life? What were they doing? What is your character's aspiration? When you look back on everything in the campaign, what is the one thing you want your character to say, yeah, I did this? What is your character's long-term goal? What's the thing they want to accomplish by the end of the campaign? Okay, because the aspiration may be something like, I want to spread the light, or I want to get my name out there and I want to be known. But their long-term goal could be like, you know, I want to possess this item, I want to find this thing, or I want to kill this person. And then what is your character's short-term goal? What is the thing that they're doing to get to that long-term goal? What is their current activity in that path? Question number 7. Why did your character leave their current life behind to become an adventurer? Your character was a spy or an assassin or a thief. Why did they leave that to become an adventurer? That in itself is very telling of your character's direction. What will your character miss about their previous life, and what will they not miss? This allows them to be, you know, kind of human. There must be something from their past life that is, you know, that they still enjoy, but what are they gonna enjoy getting away from? What's the thing that they're gonna like not having to do? What is your character willing to do to achieve their goals, and what are they not willing to do? If they're willing to do anything, does that include betrayal of the party? Does that include murder for unseen reasons? Or is that where they draw the line? Is something they would never do be to betray their party or betray their allies, or to just kill indiscriminately? What does your character see as their greatest strength, and what is their greatest flaw? And I don't mean like you as a player, I mean, what does your character view is their greatest strength? Is it are they a cleric and it's their medical knowledge? What do you mean to become an adventurer? Like, yes, an adventurer is a specific job. It is. It's a thing. You stop doing one thing and you go out to adventure. Now, you might have a job otherwise revolving around that, like you might be a transporter, you might be a bodyguard, you might be a healer. But when you think of an adventurer, I want you to think of like a mercenary, okay? In a lot of D&D settings, adventuring is like being a freelance cop. Not cop, but like is like being a freelance worker that's going out and taking on the odd jobs that nobody wants to do. You know, I look at bounty hunting as kind of like a real life comparison. Nobody wants to go out and hunt down a crazed murderer, but somebody does, and that's an adventurer. They are the ones that go into a tavern and they, you know, people go up and they ask them questions. Adventuring is a job in a lot of D&D settings because it's the people that you call that is like, oh, you know, there's a troll that's attacking, you know, there's a troll that keeps, you know, stealing sheep from Old Man Jenkins' farm. Like, do you call the town guard? Well, the local cops don't want to deal with that, so they're going to call in the Marines. You know, they're going to call in the Army. And, you know, the Army's going to say, well, like, you know, hey, we don't have time with this, so who do you get? Well, you get some money together and you pay that weird guy and his buddies that like to go out hunting monsters on the weekend. You know, that's the thing. Been under the assumption this whole time it was just something people did. So that's the thing. They do feel like it. Like, you don't have a boss, you know, you're not like you could. In some of the campaigns that I've ran, I have had the Adventuring Guild, which is actually like a sanctioned, structured thing that if you want to become an adventurer and take on quests and adventures, you have to sign up for them and be licensed, and then you do things under their, you know, bureaucratic eye. But in most cases, it's more about being a freelancer. You are out there offering your services to do the things that need done because commoners don't have the skills necessary to do it. Local guards don't have the wherewithal to handle the stuff that's going on. They also are preoccupied with just defending the towns in general. And then that's also where you get like grand wizards and like arch druids that take it so many steps beyond that they have gone beyond that. No, that's basically the idea. When you have to think about it as like, I was an archaeologist, but then I left that life to become an adventurer. Okay. Now, that's why mine of my characters have been job centric. Well, and that's the thing. Like, you can definitely make characters where it's not like, you know, like this is my job. You can have other jobs that go along with that. So, for example, if you are playing a cleric that is going out to that has joined a party. Because you want to spread the light to those people that they will meet along the way, you might not see yourself as an adventurer. You are simply just a servant of your god spreading the word. But in the eyes of the world around you, you are traveling around with a group of people that is taking on odd jobs and quests, and in that course of action are, you know, going on adventures. You are an adventurer, but you have your own thing. So your character might be a thief, and they might not see themselves as an adventurer, but they are still taking on jobs and going out and trying to do, you know, good for the most part. Because again, it again depends on your DM. If you're going out to do, if you're playing in D&D, you are most likely going to be playing good centric themed adventures, which means that your character is going to be doing it for, at least in general, some amount of good. That is kind of the, you know, the idea. Yeah, I mean, prophecy could be one thing, but I mean, a calling, yeah. That's more what I would say. Like, you know, like I like making characters that are adventurers because of the situations they find themselves in. I have made a character who was like, I want to pick up a sword and shield and I want to go out and fight things and save people, and I want to be the one that's called to do the jobs that nobody wants to do because they're difficult and they're scary and blah 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 blah. And that was my adventurer. You know, he was an adventurer. But when I made Cooper, he actually wanted to simply spread his music. Like, that was his thing. You know, I don't personally like Chosen One for characters because you get into main character syndrome. People that play characters that think like they're the shit and they're the only one that matters in the campaign end up having what's called main character syndrome, where you're trying to do everything to benefit yourself and you're not actively helping or working with the party. So I personally try and push people away from these concepts of like chosen one or prophesized character, like as in one character is prophesized, because honestly, what happens when that character dies? You know, oh boy, the prophecy was wrong. But yeah, so to go back to your point, yes. When you think about your character, try and think about like that aspect of where you were and where you are now, actively going out, being, you know, a mercenary, sellsword, freelancer. And then the last question that, again, I always ask my players is, why does your character want to be a member of an adventuring group? Because when you make a character who's like, you know, I'm a rogue and I'm dark and edgy and I don't trust people and I only trust my own weapons, and, you know, like when I go into a tavern, I sit in the corner and I pull my hood up and I watch everyone else because I'm secretly judging them. Well, why do they want to be in an adventuring group? And why would anyone on God's earth want to travel with them if that's how they're going to act? If they're constantly being put down, you know, it is safer to not go alone. That is true. Okay. And that's a good reason, but give a good reason for the other people in the party to actually want to keep you there. Okay. This was a point that had to be broached in my library campaign, where the fighter of the group kept doing stuff against the wishes of the party, and one of the players actively looked at him and said, look, this is not about you. We are a party, and we all need to be a part of these decisions, and you're acting like you are the only one that makes decisions. If this is the route that you wish to go, I do not want to travel with you, and I will go on my own. And I will leave the rest of the party up to make their own decision on whether or not they want to continue on with you or with myself. And the rest of the party sided with the player who brought this up. And the fighter had to realize, I'm not the only one here, and I need to respect the rest of the other players, because my character has to be a part of a group. Because mechanically, I as a DM am not running a solo campaign for your character that doesn't want to work as a party, that doesn't want to work in a party. In world, if your character goes off and does their own thing, they're going to get killed very fast. Okay. That's just the reality. Okay. So yes, it is safer to not go alone. It is better to travel in a group, but make your character somebody that is sufferable enough that people don't just immediately, like, while you're resting, tie you up, throw you in a river, put a bag over your head, throw you in a river, and move on with their day. Now, you can make edgy characters. You can make characters who grow in time, who develop into a better character, but start them out as somebody that is sufferable. Well, this isn't necessarily a character for every party. This character wouldn't work with a happy-go-lucky kindness party, but more so a party where work colleagues that are paid to be together. And that was originally the point that I made in the very beginning. This is between you and the DM and the rest of the party that you would ever play this in. I can tell you definitively, if you brought this character to my table, I would tell you no. Because for one, I don't let people play evil characters, because, and this is nothing against this, you are fairly new to D&D. I would not let somebody play an evil character unless it was somebody I knew that actually knew how to run an evil character. I have a very good friend of mine that I would trust to the ends of the earth to play a good evil character that isn't just a brooding dick. But I don't trust everyone like that. Yeah, I know. I do say it every time you make an evil character. But again, I look at the personality traits and I'm trying to foresee how you would play with other characters, and I would have to judge based on that how the other players would be willing to work with that. This would be a session 0 thing that I would bring up, is like, hey, my character's kind of standoffish. She's apathetic, she's a loner, she doesn't like other people, she's greedy. So is this something that you guys are all willing to work with? Because I want this character to evolve over time. Like, you wouldn't bring a Joe character into campaign like Mad Max. Wait, what? I would bring a Joe character into any game, because I would play a Joe character as a fully serious character. 100%. Mad Max Zombies? Are you kidding me? I would 100% run in there with Stonks McBonk and his giant goose honks McChonk. 100%. Because it's all about how you play them. You can have a Joe character and play them in a serious campaign. You just have to play them seriously. The concept of a Joe character is more about the creation of them. Now, granted, if you make a character who's a pirate and all they say is "arr" to everything, but yeah, something like that, yes, I wouldn't. But again, like I said, that's why I always caveat it. It's between you and your DM. It's between you and the other players. Yeah. And I don't necessarily know if I'd say any of my campaigns are happy-go-lucky. I just made my players in my library campaign witness a deer being ripped in half by a nightmare monstrosity. Oh yeah, no, Joe characters can be much. So yeah, there's Joe characters right there. Literally their names, me and you. They play in my Sunday P5 campaign. Let me find my Joe characters. They're in here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we got El Pollo Loco, Stonks McBonk, Pingu the Unseen Assassin. There are plenty of D&D campaigns that are happy-go-lucky. It's ones where the DMs are too afraid to kill their players. Where's the other one? Oh, there he is. Who am I missing? I think I'm hitting a wall. Joke characters can be a little too much, just like real edgy characters can be. Yeah. Talk about the characters. Whenever I make campaign, starts of a character would cause a problem in a campaign. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good that you can have that. You have that wherewithal. Yeah, no, these are my joke characters that I would 100% play in a serious tone in any campaign. El Pollo Loco, the Aarakocra barbarian, with the totem warrior subclass, where the whole idea is that you pick creatures up, fly up into the air, and then throw them to the ground. You have a 60-foot flying speed, so you can just constantly, like, you can pick somebody up, just fly up, and then throw them. Stonks McBonk and his giant goose companion Honks McChonk. He's just a strong-ass barbarian. But he's a gnome barbarian, and he's the best. He's also totem warrior. Pengu the Unseen Assailant. He is a Kenku that has a turtle shell armor and wields psionic blades. He's fucking cool as shit. And it was from this picture that I decided to make him. So he's a soul knife rogue, but he's a Kenku, and his master was a turtle. So his master was killed. So he took his master's shell. His master was killed, and he was ripped from his shell. So Pengu took the shell and put it on. It is now out there, and he can jump into it and hide. Take Nubs the clown, a clown that no matter what will always be goofy, even though the character's mother just fucking died. Yeah, characters depend on the campaign. See, again, the point, I get where you're going, okay? 100%, I do, okay? The concept of no matter what, they will always be goofy, even if a character's mother just fucking died or something like that. I have seen more people be players that act like that across multiple characters rather than people actively making a character like that. Okay, I had a best friend who recently passed away, who could not stop himself from playing a dick character in every capacity of every character he ever played. There was a scenario when he was playing with us at the end of a campaign, and we were trying to get across the street in a city by going through sewer systems, and we had to cross over the street at one point to get to where we were going, and there were guards that we had to avoid, and he wanted to just be chaos. He wanted to be a wild card. And what he did is, when we were starting to cross the street, he yelled out to everyone, "I think this is where we cross the street, guys." And it drew the attention of all the guards. And he did this multiple times throughout the campaign with multiple characters that he ended up playing. And he did this in other campaigns because, unfortunately, that's just how some players get their jollies, is they will make characters that are like that. I personally believe that most players will not make a character behave like that unless that is a propensity of that player to do stuff like that. Okay? And that's why I'm saying I don't necessarily I think it's always going to be between the DM and the players to decide on what is and is not appropriate. But I think it really comes down to not necessarily the character, but the player, okay? Because I will 100% play a clown named Nubs the Clown and run a scenario where somebody's mom just died, and I would play that scene where Nubs goes up to them as they see their mom, or they, like, whatever the scenario is, and they're upset, and I would go up to him and I would put my arm around him, and I would say, I'm sorry for your loss. Here's a flower." And I would give him a flower that was off of my shirt. And as he took it, I would press a little button in my hand that makes it squirt water. Because that character would try and lighten the mood. But I wouldn't be like, haha, your mother just died, like, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. Because, again, it's all dependent on the player. So, listen, yeah, and that's the thing. Yes, you have had multiple characters. They have all had different styles. And, for example, I really liked your father, whoever, your priest. That was a cool character. I would 100% be perfectly on board with that character being at any one of my tables. Father Mason. you know, a good aligned character, somebody has a good story. Yeah, I'd be 100% okay with that character at any one of my tables. Like I said, when it comes to evil characters, that's normally where I just draw the line. All right. Well, man, it is we've been going on for almost 5 hours again. Damn. We are getting there. But I think that's probably about where I'm going to call it for the night. Because it's about 2:30 and I got to get some sleep. So maybe next week I can go through some of these docs that I pulled up. Probably won't go through this one. This is just I actually never finished editing this either. This is the one where I was actually writing the story like more formalized. Yeah. Oh god, I never even finished writing this story. That was the thing. I never finished writing this story. Oh my god. What a backstory. Probably never again write a 30-page backstory. I don't recommend anybody write a 30-page backstory. What else did I have? Oh, Kelf's backstory, Kelf's obituary. The story of Aruzu Cogsworth. What is this? What is MH? Oh, Monster Hunter. Ah, that's right. That's right. I was trying to make a Monster Hunter D&D thing. Forgot about that. That's me on a good day, 30 pages. Yeah. I had a lot of fun with this character. There was a lot here. I actually don't know how many. Let me see. Word count. 21,000 words in this backstory. But this is a backstory for a level 3 character, and every chapter explains a different part of his backstory. So like the early years was his upbringing. The loss of Vandrel was leading up to his whatchamacallit, was like him losing his brother and everything, and him leaving home. The contract was him becoming a warlock. The Harbinger was him meeting his mentor. And then Killian, yeah. Poetry was a character decision where he read poetry to calm his nerves. The Glory of Lathander was explaining how he why I took a certain feat to get some cleric abilities. And a Familiar Face was how he got his familiar from his Pact of the Chain. And then Arctis the Red Wolf was actually a way to introduce my friend's character. So lots of good story in here. Takes a while to read though. Oh, that's right. I still have the notes. I could actually finish writing this maybe one day. Oh yeah, here's some backstory to 5 characters that my friends got to play in an amnesia themed one-shot where none of them knew their characters' abilities or anything like that. And they had, like, I gave them blank character sheets and they had to fill them out as they played. And these were the characters behind that. The story, wait, Elsmore? Oh. Huh. Oh, that was from, oh, I do remember this. Yeah. A father who's a great and accomplished wizard, and his daughter becomes a warlock, and he hates it. I forgot I ever did this. Oh my god, I forgot that I did this. This was what I used to do before 5e came out. I went on D&D Beyond, and I copy and pasted everything into Google Drive, so that I had an easier way to like access it, and I could access it anywhere. Oh, this is actually the main structure of my of a campaign that I ran. This is all broken as shit. Don't ever do shit like this. Never make something. These are all legendary items. +6 to AC. God. Stupid. What the fuck? What is this? Back before I knew how to play. Yeah. No, that was when I was running my second campaign, which was the third campaign that I was playing in. It was before I knew how to balance shit. That was the problem. Was I just didn't know how to balance stuff. And I was also just flying by the seat of my pants at that point. What is this? So here's my final verdict. Goliath Barbarian 14 Paladin 6. What's up, Ms. Roy? You're coming in on the tail end, man. Main reason to do this is get the most out of your Barbarian Primal Path. Primarily, I would go Zealot only because you said you wanted them. Who was I writing this for? Totem Warrior has its benefit, but Zealot seems to fit more with you. Oh. I think I know who this was for. Was this for Smith or was this for Kevin? Yeah. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hand crossbow modded. As a bonus action, you may choose to use a crossbow to make a single attack. Modifiers for dexterity are not added. What the fuck? Loading now requires a bonus action to achieve, but is only required once every 5 bolts. Modified repeating crossbow for not one. It's considered. Why did I have this written down? That's weird. Oh god, the Akirio shit. Don't ever write notes like I do, people. Don't write notes like I do. This was a campaign that I was writing like 7 years ago. Oh my god, this was the introduction when I started doing the Auxilium. Turn, have an opportunity to relax. Players go. Nimrithel. Oh my god, Nimrithel. Forgot about that name. Oh, what a terrible way to write notes. God, I hate this. What do I do different now? I don't. Okay, this is the main thing that I used to do. Okay, and I do not recommend this. This is an outline of what I wanted to happen. Okay, literally, I wrote out. Players meet Haldor at the Hunter's Chariot in Stoneforge. He explains that he's in possession of something that needs to get to Nimrithel. At night, a band of goblins will break into the pub and kidnap Haldor. If the players hear the commotion, they can try and stop the kidnapping. If they successfully stop it, Haldor will later search his belongings, find the thing he was carrying if missing, find that the thing he was carrying is missing. That should have been is, and thinks the goblins may have taken it. If the players do not hear the kidnapping, they will wait to find Haldor missing and begin searching for him. Players can go out and look for Haldor. If they follow the trail left by the band, they will locate him a few miles in some ruins. This was basically just the I hope the players follow these notes exactly as I have written, because back then I could not improvise if my players went off script. The thing that you need to do as a DM is write generic notes. Railroad.exe, that's fucking right. This is the kind of shit that you should not do. It's one of those things where, like, man. Like, I'm sure that there's good stuff in this. Curious how different they are from a typical written campaign. I couldn't tell you what a typical campaign is, but like, there's better ways to do this. Like, that's the bottom line. There's better ways to do this. I could do it better now, where I would write encounters that could happen, but I would not, like, I would not make it so that, like, I'm locking myself down that the players will do something. Okay? Yeah. That's the main thing. Like, don't write your notes with the expectations that the players will do something. A module, they seem to have direction on where players will likely, so that's the thing, likely go, might do. It's not a guarantee. Okay, that's the main thing. If your players choose not to do stuff, you can't force them to do it. The way that I wrote this is that this is simply, I am telling the players, these are the steps that you are taking, this is where you are going, and I'm literally writing out that, like, you know, what characters, you know, will do and say. Instead of just having basic notes that let you run a character, and that this is a thing that they have, and there's going to be this encounter, and if this, when this encounter happens, if, like, the goblins will either take this item, or they will kidnap Haldor. Okay, and then just put like the goblins took Haldor to a nearby cave. You know, and then put like another note, a successful survival check can determine the direction that the goblins went. Okay, and then again, I write my notes very haphazardly in a lot of cases, but like, I don't write my stuff like this anymore. It's super railroady. It also requires the players to do stuff that they might not want to do. That's the bottom line. Don't ever write your notes with the expectations that your players will absolutely do something, because you might have that one player that's just like, well, I'm not going in there, and then yeah, you're SOL. All right. Anyway, D&D synopsis. 18 pages of notes. Okay. Del 4 base. Figure what this is about. Players have all responded to a job listing in the city of Del 4. The job is to locate a missing object within a set amount of time, that which will be determined at the time of job acceptance. The job, it says, to meet Geralt and Warwick's at the Bloated Fish, an inn on the east side of Del 4. At the inn, the players will see a Malum and oh, that's right, this is back whenever I was doing like elemental humanoid variants, like one's from the Underdark and one's from the Firelands. Once approached, the two will introduce them as Geralt and Warwicks, and they will explain how they've been searching for a key that they lost a few days ago, and they're getting desperate to find it. They will say they have to be back at their village in 7 days, and it takes about 2 days to reach it, so they must find it within 5 days. They will offer 5,000 gold for the retrieval of the item. If asked to describe the key, they'll give a vague description of a generic key, but will note that it's larger than most regular keys, in that it's about the size of a pocket knife. They will say they visited a few bars and inns in the first night they got there and got fairly drunk and may have lost it at one of the inns. The Greedy Fool, the Wench's Flagon, the Laughing Orc, the Wolfen Mug, and the Red Barrel. They will also say they got into a fight at the Red Barrel with a group of thugs and they may have taken the key. They will also say they visited a few local shops to get some supplies for the next journey and could have dropped it there. Bells and Whistles, a general goods store, the Hungry Dragon, a food store, and Burnside's Cabinetry, a woodworker. Oh, Magnus, oh, that's right. I was very into the Adventure Zone at this time. Once the players have no more questions, the two will say that they must travel to the southern village and appease them on not making good on the original delivery, and they will leave the inn and begin leaving Delphor. At this point, the players can begin searching for the keys. Possible clues. When the players go to the various inns and shops, they will discover no one remembers a Malaman and Ignis being there. That's right there, reliant on the players actually referencing that it was a Malaman and Ignis. When the players go to the Red Barrel, they will discover that instead of a scuffle between two humans and some thugs, they'll say two goblins were found lurking around the inn, and the guards attempted to apprehend them but failed and the two escaped. People will make remarks about goblins being spotted in the area. They will say that the local potion shop, Tinctures and Tonics, was broken into the other night. If the players decide to investigate the potion shop, they will discover that it is locked, and the owner, an old human named Brian, Magic Brian, will say that he's still in the process of assessing the damages and loss. If the players get him to talk, he will say he's pretty much done, and so far he's been unable to account for stewed lacewing flies, a jar of leeches, some powdered bicorn horn, a few stalks of knotgrass, a pouch of fluxweed, and shredded boomslang skin. Tell me, anyone in chat that's still listening, what are those ingredients for? If you actually know without having to have it spelled out, I'll give you some free internet points. Some guards will make comments about how a caravan has been parked outside the north gate for a few days and it's beginning to stink. If the players decide to investigate the caravan, they will find two dead bodies in it, an Ignis and a Malum, who look exactly like Geralt and Warwicks, except that each of their heads have patches of hair missing from it. Crazy. A bicorn? It's like a unicorn, but with two horns. It's a horse with two horns. So, people say that they saw some more people going into the old Delphor mine. If players decide to investigate the mine, they will see signs condemning the mine have been moved recently into more prominent locations. If the players enter the mine, they will enter a dungeon with various enemies spread throughout. What are the enemies, Lucas? What are the enemies? In the final room will be a large circular shaft leading deep in the ground. When the players reach the bottom, they will be in front of a large door that will open almost immediately. The door will open into a small room where a man will be standing at a small desk. Man will turn around and ask why they are there. Soteris? Sparix? Who the fuck is this guy? If the players fight Soteris, Sparix will refuse to fight. What? The players fight, he will look at fly. Get away from here now. At that moment, Sparix will fly across the room, grab a small orb in the center of the man's desk, and he will fly out of the room. Just wave his hand at that moment, causing... Oh, yeah, so it's going to collapse. It's going to kill everyone instantly. If the player, and there's no arguing, it just kills everyone instantly. If the players lose against a terrorist, he will approach Sparix. You know what needs done. Hand him a small orb on his desk. Sparix will take the orb, fly away. Starts to wave his hand and then kill everyone. So literally, this was literally, if the players decide to fight this last boss dude, they die instantly. If the players don't fight Soteris, he'll explain that him and Sparix are part of a secret guild known as the Milites Clavum. This is Latin for something. It 100% is, because that was my whole shtick back then. What is Milites? The Soldier's Key, motherfucker. Whose task it is to protect the key of Bakot, an ancient relic that holds great power. He will then grab a small orb on the desk behind him, hand it to Sparix, and say, "You know what needs to be done." Sparix will take the orb, nod, fly out of the room. Sparix will look at the players, wave his hand, creating a shimmering field around them. "I've told you this guild's grand purpose. Do I have your confidence that you keep our goals secret?" What? No. What does that mean? What does this mean? What the fuck does this mean? I don't know what this means. Holy shit. I don't know why. Like, I ran this as a one-shot. And I remember Smith was playing like an evil necromancer, and he ended up like trying to kill people. This is terrible. This, like, I don't know what the purpose of it was. The hair gave it away. I was too curious about what bicorn looked like, if the horns were side by side, or I don't know. But yeah, for those that don't know, it's Polyjuice Potion. The goblins stole their patches of hair to make Polyjuice Potion and turn into the two, humans, and then cause a big old commotion. So, yeah, man, I was. I'm sure my friends had fun. What is this? A group of 5 orc warlocks have devised a plan to increase their powers. They plan on sacrificing the sword of Corellon to their deity Grummish. They hire a group of thieves to steal the sword from the Temple of Corellon. Unfortunately for the warlocks, the thieves have other plans in mind. The thieves plan on taking the sword for themselves and sacrificing it to their god Shargos in order to gain favor with him and increase their own abilities. Now the warlocks seek the aid of adventurers to help stop the thieves. A group of 5 orc warlocks known as the Krakahashis want to increase their powers. They plan on doing this by offering Grummish, their patron deity, the sword of Corellon, Sahandrit? I don't know. Sword is currently locked in a temple whose location is only known by the members of the Elven Coven. Sword's a holy relic of the Coven, the group of elves that oversees it in Ulthuan. Temple's located underneath the tower of the Coven and is only accessible by members of the Coven. The Crack, I don't know how to present this. Crack hired a group of thieves and assassins known as the Natbowers to steal the sword for them. The Natbowers have hired a local goblin tribe in order to cause chaos near the town of Hearthshire. They do this in hopes that the town will call the extra guards from Ulthuan, making it easier to infiltrate there. Why, bro, stop it. This is pointless. This is fucking pointless. God, this is pointless. No, this is like an encounter. This is a one shot and you're dropping in government type mayoral role with the election cycle? Bro, just put leader Gildros Thelio. Christ. Town employs members of the Ulthuan forces to watch over town. Currently there's no guards after 4 of them were found dead. Yeah, okay. So the main religion is Shantae. We don't have to have the goddess of the grain. Oh my god. Why is it 3 days walk if they're borrowing forces? And also, if this is a town of less than 100, why do they have so many buildings? Hunter's Forge is obviously a forge. Dagar's Arms is a blacksmith selling weapons. Ilgan's Goods, Merit's Potions, the Oak Barrel, the Spitting Spider, Comfy's Cozy. That's still a good name. I'm sorry. That's still a good name for an inn. Comfy's Cozy? Comfy's Cozy? Yeah, come on. Fucking hell yeah. That's a good name for an inn. I'll stick by that one. Notable citizens. Marith Swillnabber, Hunter Guilford, Malik Dagar, Ilgan Morov, and Jeb Numel. Human, proud of his cow. What the fuck? Jeb Numel, farmer, proud of his cow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Name Petunia? No, definitely not name Petunia. Holy crap. That's amazing. When the players enter town, they will find very few people there. If they head to a tavern, they will overhear. That's a word. They will overhear people talk about problems the goblins have been causing. If they inquire, they'll be told about how the goblins have recently been attacking the village. 3 times in the past week, the local apothecary has been broken into, but it was only the most recent time that something was stolen. 7 twigs of the barkleek tree, a bottle of ogre sweat, enchanted seawater, the dust from a fairy crushed by a troll. A DC 18 Arcana check will reveal that this is the ingredients for a potion of sacrifice. Okay, cool. I don't know where you got that, but probably a generator. Something recently killed Jeb Numel's prize cow and ripped its heart out. If the players investigate, they will discover Goblin's track leading north from the village, but they will become harder to follow once they enter the sprawling forest. So why would they go and investigate? Christ. 2 nights ago, Hunter Guilford's child was kidnapped. The players investigate. Hunter will show him to his house, and they can find Goblin's track leading north to the house, from the house into the sprawling forest. And then I never wrote anything more. Yes, the dust from a fairy crushed by a troll. Man, I never finished. I just never finished shit. What is this? Fuck. What's this map? Fuck is it? Oh! I know what this is. This was a map that I made a long time ago that was like, shit. No, come on. Image options. Text wrapping. In front of text. Or wait, is behind text? No, in front of text. In line with text. It's hard to see. Oh yeah, Mons Magnus Nation. That was the oh my god, please stop that. Whatever you are doing. There we go. Man, that's really hard to see, but okay. Cerulean Ocean, the Viridi Silva Forest, the Vita Est Nation, Ignis Arita Nation, Mons Magnus, and Malaris and Sula. Yes, so this was a world that I created that was like, it was all based on elements. So like Mons Magnus was the big mountains. So this was like a big mountainous region. Vita Est was like the main core like land mass. The Viridi Silva was like a thick, huge forest. Ignis Arita was a desert nation, and the Malaris and Sula was these like island nations over here. But each one had like humans that were like evolved to be in those regions. I never did anything more with that. Baron Garius. These are our first. Oh my god, I'm gonna love to read this. These Baron Garius was a bear companion that my buddy Justin wanted to have in a campaign I ran. In order to properly bond with Baron Garius, you need to spend 3 hours a day close to him and 1 hour dedicated to bonding with him. During this time, you will make a DC 15 animal hand. What, bro? Don't even. animal handling check to determine the effectiveness of the bonding. Your goal is to reach 12 successes before 6 failures. For every 3 successful bonding sessions, Berengarius will learn a new basic command: move, stay, come, and calm. After you've successfully bonded with Berengarius, you can begin to spend 2 hours a day training him to follow combat commands: action, help, dash, disengage, and ready. During this time, you will make a DC 15 animal handling check to determine the effectiveness of the training. Your goal is to reach 5 successes before 3 failures for each command. If a nat 20 is rolled, it counts as 2 successes. If a nat 1, 2 failures. Training with a druid or beast master will result in advantage on all subsequent animal handling rolls. Bonding or training sessions must be divided with long rests, or the animal handling DC will be greatly increased. Ooh, what a threat. It will be greatly increased. Fucking all my players wanting animals, even back then. How long ago was this? Can I see the different versions? 2017. This is far more strict. But Stibbles also is, you know, just a better book. This was on the fly. I literally wrote this up like the one session as I was talking. Del 4 one shot. Oh. What? Did I actually finish this? I changed their names to Knit and Whelks. 2 goblins disguised as humans working for Glack and Ganto are attempting to hire people to locate the key of Baykat. The Militus Clavum is currently aware of their attempts and is increasing their efforts to hide the key, as well as sending undercover guild agent members into towns and cities to investigate suspicious job listings. So this is basically all the same stuff that was from before. Again, I gave them no reason to go looking for, like, explanation for Kevin. Why do I need that? The players answered a help need. Oh wait, did I have to explain this to somebody? Players answered a help needed flyer in the town of Delphor to assist in finding a missing object. They met the 2 people looking for help: a Malum named Geralt and an Ignis named Warix. Agreed to help find the missing key. The 2 of them gave lists of bars and stories, and then left town. The players then went around to various places. All the owners said they haven't found a key, but they saw the 2 people. Through various context clues, the list was written in common, but used a goblin-esque font. People said that they heard goblins were spotted by the east gate and the guards kicked them out. The potion store was broken into a few nights prior and the owner was missing ingredients for a polymorph potion. 2 travelers were found dead outside the east gate, matching the descriptions of Geralt and Warix. Players realized Geralt and Warix were actually 2 goblins who killed travelers, made their own way into town, and broke into the potion shop to steal the contents of a polymorph potion, then disguised themselves as the traveler in order to help in finding the key of sorts. After all that was discovered, that someone was lurking around Delphor Mine who was wearing a cape with a key symbol on it, they went to investigate and found a Grand Necromancer, Soteris, who was there protecting whatever it was the goblins were looking for. He then gave the key, an orb, to one of the party members, Sparix, who turned out to be an ally of Soteris, and told him to take it somewhere safe. Soteris then cast Zone of Truth on the players and asked them to keep the secret of the key in the guild. Jared's character failed a charisma save and honestly said that he was too dumb to remember what happened over the past days. Kaylee's character passed the save and said she'd keep it to herself. Justin's character passed the save and said he'd keep it to himself. Smith's character failed the save, but cast feigned death upon himself in order to avoid answering the question. So Terrace then let Kaylee, Jared, and Justin's characters leave. He forced Smith's character out of the feigned death and said that since he could tell he wasn't going to keep the secret, he was not needed in the world anymore, and sealed the doors to the room he was in, sealing in Smith permanently. Smith then tried to blink out of the room and ended up being restrained by Terrace's skeletal bind spell, which stopped Smith entirely. Soteris then summoned 5 black flame elementals and had them cast Fireball at Smith, killing him in a way equal to being spaghettified by a black hole while being burned with the intensity of being thrown into a star-going supernova. What a dick I was. Kaylee Jarrett and Justin's character returned to Del 4 to find the baker, who was turned into a zombie by Smith, was running amok in the town, and they were going to help. That's right. I forgot about that. They watched the baker kill himself, and Smith animated his body from afar. I forgot about that. I was such a dick. I wanted to kill one of the players, and I ended up killing Smith's character and just like being a huge dick to him. Oh man, that was funny. All right, I gotta send that to them later. I honestly couldn't even tell you what their character's name were because it was a one shot. All right, well. That is gonna be where I'm ending. It's 3 a.m. I've been going for 5.5 hours. So thanks for hanging out with me, everyone. It's been fun to go down a memory lane and talk about different characters and whatnot. So yeah, I don't know what next week's stream will look like, but you know, it's always a grand question of what it'll be or not. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys have a wonderful day tomorrow. I gotta work, and then I get to play Pathfinder at night, so yeah, that'll be fun. All right, well, good night, everyone.